JustinFREAKIN, the formidable voice of the culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
This is the Troll Patrol, live with JustinFREAKIN.
Well, here we are again. If you're here with me, you must be a glutton for punishment, just like I am. It is the Republican National Convention, Night 2. Live coverage here on the Troll Patrol. Thank you for joining me. It's a freaking Tuesday. Mitochondria, M. Lord, good evening. I got really choked up. That last bong hit I took. I was coughing all through the countdown. They're rowdy. They're rowdy over here. Afternoon, Princess Kimberly. I'll flip over here and show you Republican congregation, delegation. Tonight you get Ted Cruz, Nikki Haley, Marco Rubio, Ron DeSantis, and many, many more. Josephus, good evening. Glad you guys are joining me here for this excruciatingly painful event that we're getting ready to witness. Did I reset my drops? Yes. Dougie, Mox. Groveling loser night. I didn't even think about that, Mox. You are absolutely correct. Groveling loser night. I think since it is such a special night for America tonight, I'm gonna throw out the usual format. We're going to listen to the national anthem to start tonight. I feel like that is the way that we need to get this show started.
Broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Holiday, good evening. Good evening. That was singer Ingrid Andress. Ingrid Andress. And now that we have gotten the national anthem out of the way, here's your meme of the day. Trump shoots off other ear after hearing singer disgrace America. Oh, hold on. They got something big going on over here. We've got a countdown. Yes, she does. I was gonna go into that. She said she was drunk while she was doing that. It shows. Wow. I don't think it's necessarily that. I think it makes you not care as much about your tuning. that Paul Manafort? But yes, the theme tonight is Make America Safe Again. Last night was Make America Wealthy Again. I'm gonna take the GOP feed over here.
Michael Watley of North Carolina.
To the night
This is Michael Hotley.
of this historic Republican National Convention. I have to ask,
Llama.
we have a great night last night.
What's your definition of great?
Do we have a great nominee for Vice President in J.D. Vance? And do we have a great nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump?
Once again tonight we will be raw dogging the RNC.
Are you ready for a great...
I'm going to update the stream appropriately.
I hereby call this session to order.
Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's invocation, please welcome Pastor Neil Jackson from North Carolina.
Fuck you, Neil. Let's get this party started. All right, let's pray.
Tonight's theme is to make America safe again. That is an impossible task without divine assistance. Would you join me in prayer as we call upon the Lord to make our country safe once again? Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings upon the United States of America. Thank you for your provisions upon this land, your protection of this land, and your promotion of this land.
This
which
land.
is undeniable.
This land.
Your word says, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord."
I should have brought the couch over here.
We claim that for America.
My ass hurts
Believing that
already.
You desire to bless and prosper our country as we honor you and your ways. Father, forgive us for when we have strayed from your commandments, and grant us mercy. Tonight we ask that you would protect our country from those who would do us harm. Thank you for
A lot of them are in that room.
from the many attacks leveled against him, but especially the attack this past Saturday. Tonight,
Ketamine?
pray for our military leaders and officers. Pray for our police officers, our firefighters, our first responders, as they risk their lives so we can continue to be the land of the free and the home of the brave.
What's
You
your
commanded
balls?
Joshua to be strong and courageous. Tonight, all across this country, I pray that you would raise up a generation of courageous leaders who follow you with their whole heart and govern with integrity. We ask these things in the name that is above every name, the Lord Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation.
Curious, sir.
The colors are presented by the professional firefighters.
If you do not want to hear me sing, this is not the place for you.
Welcome.
If you want to hear me sing, you have totally come to the right place.
Left, 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 right, left, left,
Left, left, right, left.
left, your left,
EBD.
right. Your left, your left, your left, right. Your left, left, right.
Is it something I need to look at? Oh, you're still trying to hook up a Wii.
Face.
Oh, your TV doesn't have
For the
RCA hookups.
and
Is
our
that what you're
national
telling me?
anthem.
It just has HDMI? It has a little nubby nub, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Marianne Taylor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Marianne Titties? Is that what they said?
Hello, patriots. Are you ready to pledge this American flag and give them our loyalty? Yes.
Marianne Titties.
The Southern South Carolina way, a little bit slower.
Oh, Marianne Taylor.
And I'm looking
I'm
out
sorry, my apologies.
already are poised. If you're like me, from a military family, but not military,
Oh, they pledged allegiance yesterday, absolutely.
place your right hand
They've done all this shit, yes.
and pledge with me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, by God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Grammy Award-winning singer and U.S. Army veteran Bill.
Tomorrow night is Make America Straight Again.
Our national anthem.
Well, he can't do worse than the last one we heard.
Oh, say can you see?
Okay, maybe he can.
Light, what so proudly we held at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallant.
It was the band that apparently they were recovering addicts. I thought they were handicapped. I thought they were differently abled. But apparently they were just high. He does gotta look like David Frum. Why is she doing it like that?
And the home of the brave.
He's some kind of opera singer or some shit.
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Right face. Forward.
Are they 76 years old?
Left.
75? What's the retirement age?
Your left. Left.
He had a clamp on his balls. Motherfucker was caged.
Left. Left. Right. Your left. Left.
I'm not kink shaming.
Left. Your left.
Lip. Your lip, right. Lip. Lip. Lip, right.
Your left. 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 Right. Your left. Left.
It's kind of gay. This is our house band. What'd I say their name was? They're actually a decent band. They're going to play you a lot of classic rock songs that make SWAT people dance. I don't think I got copyright claims on anything last night, so that was cool. Well, now we don't know that they're fascists. They're probably just a band that got hired. They got a fat paycheck to come and do this. They probably do weddings. They do corporate gigs.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the Republican Party Committee on Arrangements.
Well, they're boomers, so they're clearly boomers.
Indiana.
Anne Hathaway?
Good evening. My name is Anne Hathaway, and on behalf of the 168 members of the Republican...
Isn't Anne Hathaway like a supermodel?
...the Committee on Arrangements, and the amazing staff of the Committee on Arrangements, I'm honored to welcome you tonight and pleased to be among Republicans from every U.S. state and territory.
Yes, Josephus, but they're not sitting at the table. They were hired to be there.
Over the next few nights, you are going to hear from the best and brightest that our party and our movement have to offer.
I make propaganda videos for right-wing organizations.
To entertainment leaders, the business leaders,
I overcharge them and take their money.
Activists, and the everyday Americans who power our party, united in our common goal to make America safe again, to make America wealthy again, to make America
Go straight again. Cancel Justin.
America great again.
Well, like, leftists aren't hiring me to make propaganda for them because they don't have any money.
Critic who counts.
You do leftist things because you love it, like this stream.
Whose face is marred by dust, sweat, and blood. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the arena. Just by participating in this convention, whether you're a speaker, a delegate, or a viewer at home, you
That's what I'm saying.
engage in the fight.
Actress. She's not a
So I ask you, as you watch this convention,
not a model, a actress.
hear these incredible speakers over the next few days,
Mr. Balls, I make the offer every campaign season. It's on the table yet again. If I have any friends that are running for office,
help us
get up with me. I'll do your video work for you. I'll tell you how to film yourself. I'll put campaign logos and shit on there for you.
starting with electing Donald J. Trump as president and J.D. Vance as vice president. Make sure your friends, families, and neighbors are registered to vote.
What do you think she has in that locket?
Make a plan to get
Somebody's ashes?
the fate of the free world depends on us giving everything we've got and ensuring that we elect American first candidates up and
The
down
padlock?
to every office. Thank you.
She's padlocked up that pussy. She ain't letting anybody near it. She kind of looks like Donald Trump.
Please welcome the governor of the state of Tennessee and chair of the Republican
Boo.
Governor Bill Lee.
Boo. Bill Lee sucks.
Thank you. Thank you. It is an honor to be here tonight to add my voice to yours and our fellow Americans who understand the magnitude of this moment. We have gathered here to guard and protect and defend.
This is Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee.
After
Bill Lee of Tennessee.
In the most remarkable country in the world. With freedoms.
Of course he is.
Opportunities that most of the world has never enjoyed. Now we know that our freedoms are granted by God. but they are preserved by the people. Generation after generation of Americans have defended their essential freedoms from the encroachment of the federal government. As Republican governors, we are on the front lines of that fight, and we have banded together to preserve freedom and right the wrongs of the last 4 years. The Biden and Harris administration unleashed inflation on this country, making it hard for Americans to make ends meet.
Unleashed inflation.
Pushed back by cutting taxes for our people. They opened the border, endangering our country. Republican governors sent the National Guard to the border to protect it, to crack down on cartels and fentanyl and human trafficking. They tried to let the Chinese Communist Party buy our farmland. Republican governors.
Damn Chinese.
They attacked.
Don't clip the hat.
Republican governors fought back for a parent's right to choose their own child's education. President Trump was right when he said that school choice is the civil rights issue of our time. In the storm stirred by Washington, Republican governors across this country have stood as anchors of courage, their states as harbors of hope, and their people as models of freedom.
I'm already glazing over, and we're like 20 minutes into this.
We need strong leadership in the White House. We know what that looks like. We had it before, we need it again. And that's why we, as Republican governors, are joining together, unifying in support for Donald.
That's why they have to have the band after every couple of speakers. Make sure the crowd doesn't fall asleep.
I count it as a great blessing to take my place on the wall, to stand where those before me have stood beside people like you, each guardians of our shining city on a hill. May we as a people call out to the Lord, seek his wisdom, ask him to heal our nation.
Who's Lord?
This country we call America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the National Federation of Republican Women, Julie Harris.
Julie!
Hello, Milwaukee. I am honored to be here representing the nation's largest grassroots Republican women's organization in our country.
Oh, that voice.
I'm the proud mother of 5, the grandmother of 11. My husband and I are family business owners. We work hard for everything we have and to give our
He works hard for the money.
achieve their dreams. Parents across the country know what it's like to have a pro-family president in the White House. Under President Trump, gasoline and food were affordable. He won huge tax
Now, I kind of thought she was cute until she opened her mouth.
high-paying jobs. He worked to keep crime low.
Get high and shut up. That's the best advice.
He's a businessman. He understands what it's like to build something of your own. Joe Biden has never built anything of his own. He uses a government to destroy things and to make it impossible to give your children the life you dreamed of for them. On day one,
Children?
Biden declared war on families. He made it harder for people to
Damn, people my age are grandparents. You have to be a grandparent.
and to raise children. He's robbed families of
He's
affordable
probably my age, too.
energy and food. As our supply chains broke and inflation exploded, Biden's press secretary blamed us. She
You know, now that I really take a good look at her, she looks like
the economy,
was it Ursula from
illegal immigrants, Biden's
Little Mermaid?
raise our taxes. The American dream means more than just scraping by. But under Biden, 65% of Americans say they're living paycheck to paycheck. When it's this hard to provide the basics,
Trump equals success. Biden equals failure.
too. Piano lessons, summer camp,
Have to write it out for him.
family vacation, Christmas gifts. This is not the America that we have worked so hard for. Biden wants us to barely scrape by. President
Does he?
Trump wants us to thrive.
Does he?
We need
Come
a
on, man.
pro-family president in the White House again.
I don't think any politician cares, but if I was
And
a betting man, I would bet that Biden cares far more than Trump.
Trump. From the National Federation of Republican Women, thank you, Milwaukee.
Speaking of Malay, apparently, inflation in Venezuela has jumped like 200%. $247%. I went to Washington Post because I figured I'd get away from what could possibly be. It's a cover band. I don't know. Can I get away with a cover band doing the song? Or is YouTube gonna recognize it? I'm gonna turn them down. Who sings this? This is an Elvis song. I don't know, man. Like, Andrew Jackson was probably. He's pretty. That. I mean, I'm not gonna make fun of old people dancing, because if I danced with somebody, I'd be an old person dancing. You get me on some drugs, I might get out there and cut a rug. Are we going up through the years tonight? I wanna hold your hand. Oh God, that was horrible. I was way off the note there. I was worse than the woman doing the national anthem. Way off. What's everybody's favorite Beatles song? I don't know what my favorite Beatles song is. I'm probably gonna go, She's So Heavy. I Want You. I Want You, She's So Heavy. Without, however, it's fucking, it's one of those with, Sgt. Pepper's a good song. Both parts. Strawberry Field's a great song, Trip To. It is on my hallucinogenics playlist. I don't like early Beatles. I'm definitely a later after they tripped acid. You got all out there. That's my favorite Beatles. These people go nuts. Blackbird is a beautiful song. I know they were rocking last night. But maybe they get a little edgier as the night goes on. Maybe it's kind of like how they would do a wedding. 'Cause they probably do a lot of weddings. You start off with the stuff that's, you know, okay for grandma in the first 2 hours. And in the last 2 hours, you can let it get a little more crunk. People drunk, grandma's gone home. That's when you play your Lil Jon, your 50 Cent, your stuff like that. The shit that people that are 40-year-olds now were dancing to in the club. I think she felt embarrassed that she was caught dancing. Look at this dude. He's having a blast. These are exactly what I would expect Republicans to look like. They're totally not my people.
Please welcome Young Republicans Chairman Hayden Paget. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Young Republicans Chairman Hayden Paget.
Hayden Paget. Oh my God, he kind of looks like J.D. Vance. I don't like him.
I'm Hayden Paget. I'm the chairman of the Young Republican National Federation and a proud son of the great state of Texas. More importantly, I'm a husband and the father of 2 wonderful children who are under 2 years old. This election, I'll be fighting to build a better country for them, my kids. America has always been a place where the promise of tomorrow is brighter than the trials of today. But for young Americans, that future is diminishing as quickly as, well, Biden's cognitive ability. In 2 years, America will celebrate her 250th birthday. But for Americans celebrating their 25th birthday now, they see a future where their dreams are increasingly out of reach. The rising cost of education keeps us in debt. The rising price of groceries and fuel keeps us living one paycheck to the next. The rising cost of childcare keeps us from starting our own families, and the rising cost of rent keeps us from owning our own home.
You fuckers act like this started under Joe Biden.
We know
I assure you it did not.
Can be better. That our lives can be more than making ends meet. Because it was better under Donald Trump.
No, it fucking, well, I mean, like,
great again. Means
shit was already on an upward trajectory.
Affordable
COVID
again.
Accelerated it.
Making education an investment and not a burden again. And making home ownership possible again. We just celebrated our Independence Day.
I didn't buy a home during Trump either.
But our founders did not promise us happiness, but the right to pursue it. The Biden-Harris economy has taken that all away from us. And this election, the young Republicans will be fighting to make the economy great again.
It was great again for
will help to
rich people under Trump.
Kamala Harris and their legacies into the trash heap of history.
People who did well under Trump are doing plenty well under Biden, I assure you.
Grace and grit have saved for our time. And Senator J.D.
It's just wild since by every conceivable metric, we're doing better than we were under Trump.
The first young Republican who will be elected vice president of these United States in almost 70 years.
Stock market, GDP growth,
and
unemployment, wage growth.
Restore the American dream for young Americans. I owe it to my children, just as we all owe it to our future, to make America great again. Thank you very much.
But honestly, Joe Biden fucked us over so many times.
Please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Republican Jewish Coalition.
We should be at the end of a Joe Biden second term right now. If he was going to run, it should have been in 2016 as the vice president. Him being in cognitive decline right now wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Let me hear you cheer if you support Israel.
No.
Hear you cheer if you support Israel.
That ain't gonna age well.
Now, if someone tried that at the Democrats' convention, they'd be booed off the stage.
Doubt it.
Here, at the Republican convention, we proudly and loudly stand with Israel.
Like, they just lie. It's insane. Yeah, not at the convention at all.
Moment for the American Jewish community and for Israel. This is our chance to continue the incredible pro-Israel legacy of the most pro-Israel president in history, Donald J. Trump.
I already hated him. You didn't have to sell me any more on it.
President Trump, among his...
Yeah, both parties live in an alternate reality, but they're two completely different realities.
Moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. They said it couldn't be done, but he weakened the Iranian regime. They said it couldn't be done, but he delivered the historic Abraham Accords, bringing us closer to peace in the Middle East.
What do you mean? Like, the Abraham Accords and moving the embassy to Jerusalem probably accelerated the conflict we're seeing now, you absolute dipshit.
After 4 disastrous years under President Biden. Now, today, 9 months after the historic Hamas attacks, shockingly, President Biden is still withholding critical arms that Israel needs to defend itself.
Well, like, it wasn't any... the Abraham Accords was an arms deal.
America must stand with Israel and against the
to flood more weapons into the
especially
region.
Iran. We must stand with the Israeli people. Now, my message here today to the Jewish community is clear. There is only one pro-Israel party, and it's the Republican Party. And here at home, under Donald Trump, we will put a stop to the rising tide of anti-Semitism.
Recognizing Jerusalem as their capital by moving our embassy
so that
there
American Jews can once again wear a kippah and walk the streets.
was seen as a sign of aggression.
President Trump will stop the mobs on the college campuses so Jewish students feel safe when they go to class. The Jewish community is...
You want to silence the speech of others.
And J.D. Vance. The Jewish vote continues to increase for Republicans year after year, and I promise you 2024 will be no different.
Yeah, the Trump yarmulke is cursed.
Let me ask all of you, who will best stand up to the Hamas sympathizers and the squad? Donald Trump.
Wow.
Who will best stand with Israel? Donald Trump. Who will make sure Jews feel safe and secure? Thank you, RNC, for the opportunity.
I feel like there's a lot of people that don't like Jewish people in that crowd.
Elevating Jewish American voices. Together, unified, we will win. Am Yisrael High.
Who was that guy?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Israel High?
Former White House Chief of Staff to Donald J. Trump, Reince Priebus.
Reince Priebus.
As a longtime Badger, let me say, welcome to Wisconsin.
God, he's so slimy.
Partners throughout the city of Milwaukee and state of Wisconsin have been preparing behind the scenes for over 2 years to make this convention a reality. I couldn't be more.
If you were casting him in a movie, who would you cast?
Make this happen.
I would say Lip from Shameless or Martin Short.
Wisconsinites are some of the kindest people you'll ever meet. While you're here,
John Lovitz would be good too.
Experience the beautiful beaches of Lake Michigan. Order a basket of cheese curds, please. And I know you're all going to have a few beers while you're here, right?
John Lovitz may be perfect, actually, Mox.
As the former chair of the Wisconsin GOP,
I never liked John Lovitz, but he would be perfect to play Reince Priebus.
I know firsthand that Wisconsin is the nation's premier battleground state. There's no better place to hold the GOP convention than right here in...
I'm the reason why the critic failed, because I didn't watch it.
And in November, you'll see Wisconsin stand with Donald Trump, and we will help send him back to the White House.
The battle box. We all gotta go to the battle box.
And begin by saying my prayers are with the victims of the shooting in Pennsylvania.
Did you guys see
with President Trump? As White House Chief of Staff,
Joe Biden has contacted
right the ship.
The widow of the guy that died. Donald Trump has not.
Confident he'll do it again once more. Yet
Dunyabs, what's up, my friend?
Failures of the last 4 years have left many Americans feeling hopeless, unheard.
Here's my thing: is Republicans are really cocky right now. They think they have this locked up.
Trail, well, look out, because he will deliver when he walks into that Oval Office.
So did Hillary Clinton in 2016, and I laughed my ass off when she lost. I will laugh my ass off if Trump is overconfident and loses his fucking election.
He shut down the border. He confronted China head on, made Europe pitch in on NATO, lowered taxes, put conservatives on the Supreme Court, and he defeated ISIS. Republicans can turn.
Yeah, that dude was probably a really racist motherfucker.
Great again.
Given his tweets.
We together here, the Wisconsin GOP, we can make Wisconsin red again in 2024 and send Donald Trump back to the White House.
It's not like it's so bad if Biden wins.
Let's stand united as Americans. Let's make America.
He was doing a good job until we got Israel going on a warpath. And then we found out he was fucking old and senile.
Taking back the Senate, and let's reelect.
That's probably what it was. He's sitting back and enjoying being president. He's got a good administration around him. They were working on labor. They were working on antitrust. Domestically, they were a fantastic fucking administration. However, really botched it with foreign affairs in multiple ways, but specifically with not putting pressure on Israel. Amato, Senator Richard Lugar, Scott Malurick, Mark Camden, Hull P. Maynard Jr., Earl Mayo. Earl Mayo definitely sounds like a Republican. Bob Dello Russo, Roseanne Dick, Robert Dick, Rex Early, that's a Republican. Marjorie O'Laughlin, Greg Evers, Jan Fox, Gail Phillips, Kay Floyd, Harris Poopscope, Foster Freeze, the piece of shit, was a piece of shit. Charles Tim Goodwin, Base Styrofoam, Rick Guttix, Honorable Melvin Mel Somber, Jim Henry, Doc Hines, Arlister Jawalski, Cynthony Toohey, Carl Ray Void, or Carl Von Roy, Bill Williams, Maurice Randy Wynn. Some people call me Maurice. Richard Jushklang. Oh my God, that ghoul, Sheldon Adelson. He gets his own fucking picture. Marianne Trump Berry, the batshit crazy judge. Stanley Chair, I don't even know who the fuck that is, but he looks like a piece of shit. Ivana Trump. I got no problem with her, I guess. I don't know. She fucked Trump, though. Robert Trump. In remembrance of our friends and loved ones, we love you. Go fuck yourselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Forest County Potawatomi Nation, James Crawford.
Run, Forrest. She probably deserved it, Mox.
And hello, Wisconsin.
Cheese.
Good evening. I am James Crawford.
Give me cheese.
County Potawatomi community. I'd like to welcome all of you to not only Milwaukee, but also to an area of the state that is part of the homeland of the Potawatomi people. Milwaukee.
Potawatomi?
Is a particularly special place for
you do and you'll clean it up.
home to several
Was that racist?
villages, including a village close to where we sit today. Our ancestors occupied these lands for hundreds of years, fishing area rivers and lakes, hunting the land, tapping maple tree groves for sugar, and harvesting crops in fields each fall. The Potawatomi connection to Milwaukee continues. Today, our tribe is part of what makes Milwaukee a great place to live and work. And while we are best known for entertainment and tourism, our tribe is also a part of the fabric of this community through our construction, technology, and real estate business ventures, and the charitable work
Sounds scammy.
Does with community nonprofits. Thank you. Potawatomi are just one of 11 tribes in Wisconsin and one of 574 in the United States. Even though each tribe is unique with their own histories,
I'm totally
cultures,
no problem
and
with the
distinct
potted meat
challenges
tribe.
and opportunities, the tribes
That's racist.
many commonalities, especially a desire and need to keep our people safe. And right now, Native people are facing real threats to ensure our safety. The growing use and abuse of illegal drugs are claiming countless lives on reservations.
Well, this is what you get when you're raw dogging the RNC. You get a lot of blah, blah, blah.
Girls continue to be
I'm not high enough for this shit. Let's get high. Don, you get high?
violence at reprehensible levels. So tonight's theme, Make America Safe Again, is especially important for us. I look forward to working with everyone here to make America safe again. to help us preserve, protect, and enhance our future generations. Miigwech, and God bless America.
You even believe in God?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman Perry Johnson.
Already hate him. Oh, this guy! Oh, yes! He used to be the announcer for David Letterman.
Oh, what a group. Well, I'm Perry Johnson, and I'm a business owner of 81 companies around the world. And I'm going to ask you one simple question. Are Americans better off today than they were 4 years ago?
Somebody tells you they own 81 companies.
No!
They're all scams.
In 2018,
Politically,
the median household income in the United States was $4,000 more than it is today. And on an average, things are 20% more expensive. Why? Joe Biden.
why were you not a comedian?
When you go to the grocery store,
You're funnier than Carrot Top.
you find that things are 30% more. You can thank Joe Biden. When you have to fill up your gas tank and it's 50% more expensive, thank Joe Biden.
No, mother. You own 81 businesses. You're more responsible for the prices of shit than Joe Biden is.
What they were 4 years ago. And I know because one of my companies...
He does. Gilbert Godfrey. That's it.
Now, what do you say we fire Joe Biden?
He's dead, isn't he? Or he'd make a fucking excellent Perry. But Perry Johnson is not famous enough.
I live in Michigan.
For Gilbert Godfrey to parody. And also, I think Gilbert Godfrey is dead.
Great Lakes and greatness in its soul. We built the auto industry. We win national championships.
Yeah, I think it might have been during COVID, but not because of COVID.
But under Joe Biden and Gretchen Whitmer, we can't catch a break.
Gretchen Whitmer is extremely popular.
Everyone worries about the economy. Do you know?
Everyone should hate his face.
66% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck.
66 and 2/3%.
But Biden says things are looking up. Well, the only person looking up is Joe Biden as he stares into space on the debate stage. In 2016, Americans elected Trump to fix Washington. He built the strongest economy in our lifetime.
Not true.
What do you say we give Trump a hand with no inflation?
We have never experienced a period where we had no inflation.
Did Trump keep our borders safe?
Yep.
Under Trump,
I miss Norm Macdonald.
For 4 years. That is a fact. Under Trump, family income went up every year. That is a fact. Our borders were secure.
Yeah, thanks Obama.
That is a fact. And under Trump, we will have lower prices, affordable American energy, lower taxes, and a better quality of life. What do you say we re-elect Trump?
Fair enough, Mox. That's what I was thinking. There's probably no inflation for like most of 2020 as well. Not even have been negative inflation.
It was
deflation or whatever you call it.
Industry. And when Trump brings quality to Washington,
there was the time when the price of oil dipped down, but overall as a trend, there has never been no inflation.
I have a message for you. Michigan is the state that gave Donald Trump the win in 2016, and Michigan will be the state that sends President Trump back to the White House in 24.
He said Michigan, didn't he? Because he's in Wisconsin.
President Trump is the toughest president since Teddy Roosevelt. When he was shot, notice, they were carting him his way and his arm was raised because nothing will stop him.
Teddy Roosevelt was shot and lived while running for re-election and lost.
America is always first. He has the heart of a lion, the brain of a genius, and he's done it before.
Yeah, clinically, that might have evened out everything else with all the tech going up.
To make America great again, again. I am ready to do whatever is necessary to get Trump back in the White House. Are you with me? Yes!
Like, just, they're so fucking pumped up.
Trump! Trump!
To see them lose. And if you have seen the polling, if you told me the world was gonna roll me. See, they get away with this because of like Shrek, right? Oh shit, the Republican feed cut away. Oh no, fucking the Gym Blossoms have been haunting me. They're playing right down the road in just a few days. Have I told that story on stream? I canceled my Spotify. I've hated the interface more and more. They keep making Spotify worse. So I switched over and I've got YouTube Premium now. So I've got YouTube Music. But I hate it because like I have to reprogram it and everything. One of the things I can't do with YouTube Music is listen to music on the PlayStation. Like with Spotify, I can listen to my playlist as I'm playing Mortal Kombat with my buddy. I'll listen to music instead. I've still got the game shit in the background, right? But music is playing. I would still listen to music, but I got commercials after I canceled my Spotify. I would only use it on the PlayStation. Well, they kept cutting to this commercial that was like your Spotify summer playlist, and the first song was always, and I don't want the world to see me. And I'd go off on a rant to my buddy. I'm like, that is the last fucking song that I would listen to in a playlist, like a summer driving playlist. I fucking hate that song. Oh, that's the Goo Goo Dolls. I'm sorry. It's the Goo Goo Dolls that are playing right down the street from me. Who are the Gym Blossoms? Wait a minute. They're, Hey Jealousy. That's the Gym Blossoms, isn't it? They're more tolerable. A dude with the Trump mask. Okay, fair enough, Socialist on. Yeah, like I was getting confused with the Goo Goo Dolls. I hate the Goo Goo Dolls.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events
around
the world as they happen.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why the Washington Post hadn't been cutting away during boring speakers.
Challenges of today head on. Get the news.
Their coverage doesn't start until 7.
By visiting
I guess.
WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning.
Of course, stick around afterwards. We're going to take C-SPAN
because democracy
and calls from C-SPAN.
I could not be more proud tonight to present to you and to all of America.
I like Washington Post coverage.
And our next president, Donald J. Trump.
Because they, that was it. They transposed Ivanka with 2024. But I was like, was that their stage in 2016? I don't remember that.
Most importantly, in 2024, we are
It was not.
to take back our beautiful.
But I like Washington Post because I like James Holman. I like Rhonda Colvin too.
It's night 2 of the Republican.
All the Washington Post people are good.
The theme tonight, Make America Safe Once Again. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post.
I forget her name.
With senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin and columnist James Homan. And we're coming to you live from the Fiserv Forum.
I talked over her name. What's her name?
The Republicans' focus tonight is on these topics: violent crime, drugs, what the Republicans are calling illegal immigrant crime, and anti-police policies.
The Republicans are calling illegal immigrant crime.
Nikki Haley, who originally had not been invited. We'll also hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy, as well as
Oh yeah, I forgot about Vivek tonight.
candidates for
I did not plug Vivek.
Donald Trump will be formally nominated on Thursday. Let's go to the stage now to hear from Carrie Lake, who's running for Senate.
Oh God. Oh, did I hit a commercial for people? I'm sorry if I didn't.
Wow.
Oh, I think it did. Cool.
I love you, Arizona. You guys are amazing. Wow, this is MAGA energy tonight, guys. Love it. Oh, wow. This room, America, I wish you were in this room with us. This is electric. Hello, America. Welcome.
I bet it smells funny in there.
And welcome everybody in this great arena tonight. We love you all. Actually, wait a minute.
Can you imagine what that place smells
Everybody
like?
in this meeting, you in this room, the guys up in the fake news, frankly.
Hi, Carrie.
All right, frankly, you guys up there in the fake news have worn out your welcome, right?
I don't know who she's pointing. There's like Fox News and Newsmax. Like they got the prime seat. See?
Get it out, guys. You have spent the last 8 years lying about President Donald Trump and his amazing patriotic supporters.
They've got the best seats.
Guys, they lie about everything. They've lied about Joe Biden's health, the economy, the laptop, the border. I could go on.
What laptop?
But the really good news is that every day more and more people are turning off the fake news. And they're... That's right. And Americans are waking up to the truth about the disastrous Democrat policies pushed by Joe Biden and his favorite opponent, Ruben Gallego. These guys, they're full of bad ideas. Just last week, Ruben Gallego voted to let the millions of people who poured into our country illegally cast a ballot in this upcoming election. Gallego and the Democrats have handed over control of my state, Arizona's border, to the drug cartels. And because of them, criminals and deadly drugs are pouring in, and our children are dying. Our children are getting their hands on these drugs and dying. I'll tell you, the hardest thing I've had
How drunk is he?
campaign trail is talk to moms and dads who come up to me and tell me that their 19-year-old son
has died because of fentanyl poisoning, or their 22-year-old daughter took a half a pill
You think we're stupid?
and she's gone.
You think we're fools?
We are losing a generation of young people to this fentanyl crisis, and it's got to stop. The Grand Canyon State has become the fentanyl state, and it's not okay with this, Mom. I'm not okay with that.
He's not okay with
I
it.
don't think it's okay with that, Mom. I don't think it's okay with that, Mom. It doesn't have to be this way. The problem.
I bet he's sauced. Look at him. Look at them rushing to take pictures of him.
The solution.
I love it.
Simple. First of all, stop the Biden.
Everybody saw it.
The wall.
All the reporters were right there. Against the wall. Against the wall.
And while we're building the wall, let's kick Bidenomics to the curb and bring back the Maganomics. Is that okay? I miss the strong Trump economy. And because I'm a mama bear, I want to replace this indoctrination, this psychological abuse they're inflicting on our children with a real, solid, quality education.
Calls coming from inside the house.
The great news is that we can solve these problems, and to be honest, we must solve these problems for the sake of our children, because that's really what this is all about, right?
Goddamn Mongolians. Tear down my shitty wall.
I learned something watching, the Nature Channel, that the most dangerous place on planet Earth is between a mama bear and her baby cubs. Right? And that's exactly where the radical left have found themselves, and it's not going to go well for them. Because guess what? They have awoken a sleeping giant. Tens of millions of moms and dads from sea to shining sea, they're going to show up on November 5th.
She walking.
Hearing from us on November 5th. That's right.
The character is so racist.
Actually, I think I can think of one thing more dangerous than a grizzly bear, and it's a middle-aged, fed-up mother in Washington, D.C.
That's why I'm the way I am. I consume 90s comedy.
Just wait. Just wait. But seriously, I want every mother and father to know this, that we, the Republican Party, will fight.
Young, impressionable.
Not just for my kids and my daughters over here. Are you over there, Ruby? Wave to me. Wave to Mom. My daughter's over there. I want to fight for, selfishly, I want to fight for my kids, but I want to fight for your kids as well.
What's she been saying? I haven't been paying attention.
They deserve a better future.
They deserve better, Carrie Lake.
But the really good news here.
You gonna lose, ma'am.
The fake news wants us to believe we're 50-50 at each other's throat. They're creating division and anger. Americans are actually much more united than people believe.
You just came out and attacked your opponent.
We see it. We want to make life better, and we want to create an incredible future for this generation and the next generation. And together, when we join together, we will make America safe again, and we will make America great again.
And she's a great talker. She's got a great presence.
Here tonight,
if she wasn't so fucking insane,
President Donald J.
she would actually do well.
Thank you.
But lucky for us, she's batshit crazy. And she's gonna lose it because Gallego is actually a really good fucking candidate. And is polling like 5 points up on her.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Wisconsin, Eric Hovde.
All the Democratic Senate candidates are outperforming Biden.
President Trump.
It is insane.
Chairman,
I'll give this guy props on his mustache.
welcome to Wisconsin.
Eric Hovde.
I'm proud to be running for the United States Senate from the great state of Wisconsin, where my family
It runs the gamut,
more than 100
but all of the Senate candidates are 5 to 15 points above what Biden is polling.
Americans safer, stronger,
I bet he likes to do crack.
I was on crack.
We are blessed to live in the greatest country in human history, America.
HOVDE.
But America is struggling under Joe Biden. And Senator Baldwin has been a rubber stamp voting with him 95.5% of the time.
He looks like a Ken doll they slapped a mustache on.
Biden, with Baldwin's help, has weakened us in every way, making Americans less safe. They've eroded us financially by racking up more debt in the last 3.5 years than our country's first 230 years, fueling massive inflation and leaving families wondering how they're going to pay the bills. They've made us less safe at home with their defund the police movement.
He might need to have his blood pressure checked, yes.
Our Vice President Harris opened our southern border, allowing criminals and terrorists to enter our country. They've emboldened drug cartels to flood our streets with fentanyl, killing over 100,000 Americans every year. It is sad. I've talked to parents that have lost their child to this fentanyl poison. They've made us less safe and secure internationally with their incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Our adversaries moved. Putin on Ukraine, Iran through their proxies, Hamas on Israel, and China getting more aggressive every day. Despite all of that, Tammy Baldwin called the Biden administration the most successful in generations.
It actually was.
I mean, seriously.
Tammy Baldwin's like 6-7 points up on this fucker.
She is from everyday Wisconsinites. It doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, family budgets were more secure. Our border was secure. Our world was secure.
Wait, is this guy mocking Trump?
President Trump and I
was that Teller?
Done.
From Penn and Teller?
Our country has become too divided, though.
You were the ones dividing us.
Putting on just the blue jersey or the red jersey. We need to put on the red, white, and blue jersey and come together as Americans. We need to heal this country from the division that the left has brought. And the media, you have to stop dividing us. If we can come together, we will win Wisconsin. We will.
That's because the border isn't an issue.
But it's going to take everyone getting involved.
Under Republicans.
Are you ready to go?
So nobody gives a shit about it. So nobody is engaged in mass deportations to try to look tough on the border. That's what happens during Democratic administrations. Except during the end of Obama, we had zero fucking immigration. That's why Trump talks about there's zero immigration under him because fucking.
Please welcome the next senator from Ohio, Bernie Moreno.
There's a lot Mexico had a boom in manufacturing and a jump in the middle class. So we stopped having Mexican immigrants, but now we're having immigrants of a whole different nature.
Woo. Thank you.
It was not Teller.
I'm Bernie Moreno. And I'm honored to
this guy is fucking 8 points down on Sherrod Brown.
U.S. Senate from the great state of Ohio. Many years ago, my parents brought me and my siblings to America legally. They left Colombia because they wanted their children to live in a country where they could achieve anything. I will forever be grateful to them. I love America, and I've lived the American dream. I married my best friend, raised a
Do we
family,
know him?
built successful businesses, and created thousands of jobs for hardworking Americans. But the American dream that I lived is under attack from Joe Biden and his
If you guys are good tonight, you're going to get a car chase after.
Brown.
We got a car chase.
They have encouraged millions of illegals to invade America. And Joe Biden's border czar, Kamala Harris, and the Democrat Senate have put the welfare of illegals ahead of our own citizens. They've destroyed our border. They destroyed our economy. They've destroyed our standing in the world. And they'll destroy America if we don't stop them. In November, we will fire Biden and Harris, and we will re-elect President Donald J. Trump. I'm so proud that my senator, my friend, J.D. Vance, will be the next Vice President of the United States.
I don't think you will. I don't think you're going to be a senator, sir.
Ohio, the best of America, and will be an incredible leader and defender of President Trump's plan to always put America first. And he won't stop there. Sherrod Brown votes with Biden virtually 100% of the time. I don't know if I agree with my wife 100% of the time. But Sherrod and Joe seem to have a very close relationship. Well, tonight, we've got a message for failed lifelong politicians like Sherrod Brown and Joe Biden.
Sherrod Brown is not a failed politician.
A vote for Trump and Marino is a vote to put America first.
You know who else is a Sigma from Ohio with W Riz?
Southern border. We will fix our economy.
I love Sherrod Brown with the retweet.
Workers and
Thank you.
America's family from
Thank you.
inflation.
He made a TikTok about it, and I was trying to find it, and I couldn't. It was like looking up what what a Sigma W Riz is.
More prosperous. Thank you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Luckily, Sherrod Brown is going to beat this motherfucker. Looking like wallpaper over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Michigan, Mike Rogers.
Mike Rogers, who's he running against?
Hello, America. I'm Mike Rogers.
I've known all the other races off the top of my head.
For the great state of Michigan. And I want to give a quick shout out to my fellow Michiganders, the hardest working people in the United States. God bless you right there. I said, because Joe Biden and my liberal opponents' runaway spending, American families have been crushed by inflation. High costs of groceries and gasoline and rent. I was talking to a grocery clerk just recently. She said, I got it when the carts got a little skinny at the beginning of Joe Biden's administration because of high costs. But what breaks my heart is at the end of ringing up an order, they have to reach up and pull something off the counter.
Debbie Stabenow. Debbie Stabenow.
To the Democrats in Washington, D.C. The most expensive vehicle to operate in Michigan in 2024 is your grocery cart, thanks to the Democrats in Washington, D.C. And while pockets are pinched, Biden is trying to force you to buy an electric vehicle. Better get a long extension cord. Let me be clear. EV mandates will destroy American jobs. EVs require 40% less labor to build than gas cars. And here's the kicker. 85% of the critical minerals needed to build them are processed in China. It is impossible to build an EV without getting into bed with the Communist Party of China. Listen, my opponent even signed an agreement to use taxpayer money to bring a Chinese battery company to Michigan. Your taxpayer.
Oh, Stabenow must be retiring. It's Elise Slotkin.
I will never put our children's future.
If somebody has told me this, okay, yeah, Mox.
Matter of fact, the Michigan auto business in Michigan in the hands of the Chinese.
Yeah, I'm on Real Clear Politics right now. They have
stop them from doing that.
Slotkin up by 5 in the average.
Americans safe
Some polls have her as high as 9,
and abroad.
but 5 is the average.
Army officer, FBI special agent battling organized
Against this douchebag.
House Intelligence Committee, I've seen how dangerous the world can be. But in all my time working to protect America, I have never seen anything like the Biden-Harris open border policy.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The red carpet for violent gangs, fentanyl, Chinese spies, individuals on the terrorist watch list. And listen, our adversaries aren't stupid. They know that all they need to do is wait until now.
All they need to do.
Push the limit. Does anyone really believe that another 4 years of Biden, Harris, and a Democrat Senate will make us safer or more prosperous? I certainly don't. And I don't think Michigan does either. Listen, it is long past time that we restore law and order. We make groceries affordable again. We make America respected again. We make America safe again. We flip the United States Senate and elect Donald Trump and make America great again. Thanks. Get fired up. This is the election to do your work. God bless.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post of night 2 of the Republican National
Washington Post.
I'm Libby Casey, live at the
Libby Casey
here in Milwaukee, and I'm with Rhonda.
Finally caught your name.
Kicking off this big block tonight with Kari Lake as well as other candidates for Senate. Rhonda, talk to us about the tone that Republicans are trying to set here this evening and the energy they're trying to.
Oh my God.
Well, one of the things is Kari Lake, who is
thank you for being a freaking follower.
Running against Representative.
They had a video of Biden in his swim trunks.
She right now is behind him, but if you were to listen to her, she almost seems very encouraged that she might be able to take this. But of course, if people were listening to what she was saying, she started, of course, to.
You were watching raw dogging the RNC coverage here on the Troll Patrol Live.
All of us in the boxes, fake news.
Usually we find out what that news be doing.
She set a very.
It's been doing a lot of shit. There's a lot of news out there.
Candidates, Bernie Moreno from Ohio.
We're doing.
I think we just heard from Mike Rogers in Michigan.
There we go. There's Joe and his.
But I do feel these other Senate candidates are feeling.
We just showed Joe in his swimming trunks.
Wins are their wins, and they might have made these Senate campaigns a little bit tighter.
Let's go back to the floor because we're hearing from Dave McCormick, who's also running for office, did not get elected in Pennsylvania for governor. Now he's running for Senate. Let's watch.
Who's ready to retire Joe Biden and border czar Kamala Harris and send her back to California? Who's ready for that?
Come on, man.
And who's ready to...
You gotta love that all these motherfuckers have lost previous races.
Are you ready for that? And who's ready to make J.D. Vance our new vice president?
And as somebody that's into politics, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You have to win. You usually lose a lot before you win.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
The losing races, you're building name recognition and
Pennsylvania's next United States Senator, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
campaign infrastructure. And the voice is off-putting, isn't it?
And I want to first acknowledge what transpired just a few days ago in my...
He looks like an actor, like one of the dudes that's on like a CSI or something.
Firsthand from a front
or maybe NCIS.
President Trump's remarkable strength and resolve in a terrifying and unpredictable moment. The president rose brilliantly to the challenge. But what a sad sad and frightening day for the families of those who were injured or lost, and for our great country. And we all thank God that President Trump...
Christmas time is here. Be Christmas time before you know it, fuckers.
I'm a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian.
We're barreling towards it.
Born and raised. A West Point graduate, a former Army wrestler. I'm a combat veteran of the 80s.
Already had the longest day of the year. All the rest of the days are shorter from here on out.
And I'm a business leader who helped create hundreds of jobs in Western Pennsylvania. But most important, I'm a dad.
You're going to celebrate with me.
And I'm a husband to
You're going to watch
Dina, wherever she is.
classic television sitcom Christmas specials.
Is Bob Casey.
That's our tradition here on this stream.
Know him because he does nothing. For 18 years, Bob Casey is
Thanksgiving. We're going to do Thanksgiving together. We're going to watch classic Thanksgiving sitcom specials.
Politician. And when he votes for Joe Biden's tired old ideas.
I have them all. I mean them all. If there's a TV show that did a Thanksgiving special or a Christmas special, I have it.
Right? Does everybody remember the Macarena?
Halloween special, same deal.
Because politics is about choices. And the policies of Biden and Bob Casey are dangerous for Pennsylvania and America. They won't keep us safe. Drugs have poured across the Biden-Harris, Casey wide-open borders, killing 100,000 Americans, including 4,000 Pennsylvanians last year alone. Illegal immigrants have
killed thousands of Pennsylvanians.
Or mine. And time again, Casey has voted for pro-criminal judges who have made our streets.
Even the crowd there is not interested in what he's saying.
Biden and Casey's failed policies have crushed working families with sky-high prices for gas.
Now, last night, the Washington Post cut in
and regulations to kill Pennsylvania.
and actually didn't air all of the speeches.
Trump,
we raw dogged it. We listened to all of them.
And prosperous. And our adversaries feared stepping out of line. My friends,
We got both feeds up because when the band plays, I take Washington Post.
choice between
So you can kind of hear the music.
a choice between America's greatness or its sad, disgraceful decline. This is, my friends, the most important election of our lifetimes. And we deserve a president and a Senate that will go to the mat to fight for America. A president and a Senate that will unite America. And in Pennsylvania, that means voting for Trump and McCormick in November. Thank you all
McCormick.
for the charge.
You think he's like an heir to the
America.
salt fortune? Oh God, that was like Gretchen Whitmer's like Wario.
We're in the midst right now of a string of candidates for Senate. Let's bring James Homan from the Washington Post
Homan
here. James, talk to us about the goals of tonight.
Oh, he looks happy. Look at him.
Yeah,
He's excited.
The main theme is it's the night of the vanquished, right? We're going to hear from 3 of the people that ran against Trump for the nomination this year, and then we're going to hear actually from 3 of the people who ran against Trump in 2016. So that's Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Perry Johnson. You know, it's Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, Ben Carson. And then the Senate hour right now is super interesting.
Bunch of losers.
I cannot overstate how confident Republicans are that 2024 is going to be a landslide.
I know.
And they think they're not going to just bring the Senate with them, but they're going to bring a sizable Senate majority. It was really striking listening to those speeches how much all of those candidates
They're insane.
and tried to tie their opponent to Joe Biden. It wasn't always that way. It certainly wasn't that way in 2016, even 2020, even 2022. And it's striking who's not speaking. We're not hearing from Larry Hogan, who's running for Senate in Maryland, or Nella Domenici, who's running for Senate in New Mexico, even though Republicans are telling me they think New Mexico is now in play. So it really is striking that this
New Mexico's in play.
with Trump. They're hoping, these candidates are hoping to ride Donald Trump's coattails, and that is a first.
All right. Let's bring in Rich Matthews, who's also here at the convention at the Pfizer.
There's no way.
Tell us more about the program for tonight.
Well, you know, the theme is Make America Safe Again. That's a theme that Republicans feel like they, for lack of a better term, own when talking about being tough on crime and on the border. I don't
trust it.
We've already heard from, but we will hear from Speaker Mike Johnson. He's one of the big names. We'll also hear from quite a few real people.
I ultimately don't think it's going to be Biden.
Vegas police officer who will.
But even if it is, I think Biden will still win.
Woman who says she is living the
And it will be fun
because of rampant crime.
Because the Republicans are so confident they're going to win. They're going to throw a fucking temper tantrum.
Families who've lost loved ones to crimes like
Those
murder,
Republican tears,
overdoses, and drug use. And then, as you guys just talked about, I'm kind of calling it the hump.
Oh, Ohio was probably not in play.
Marco
It hasn't been in play in years. He won it both times easily. It's one of the reddest states now.
Backing their party's nominee. But boy, those were tough fights.
They're getting a lot of pushback on accelerating the virtual. The virtual nomination thing is blowing up in their face, Mox.
Washington Post throughout the evening.
It's reignited the calls to get them to step aside.
Some analysis. Our colleagues will also be joining us who are covering this from all different angles in the Fiserv Center. Let's go back now to hear from the governor of West Virginia.
Oh, shit.
From West Virginia, Jim Justice.
So this is indeed your next senator from West Virginia. And I cannot wait to have this motherfucker in the Senate. It's going to be a blast. He's going to say some hilarious shit. He's going to be my new favorite senator.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jim Justice, and I'm from West Virginia. And I absolutely believe with all my soul we've got the greatest people in the world in West Virginia.
What? See, it's already started.
We want you to come and try us out someday.
Go fuck a West Virginian.
Now, with all that being said, I know that a lot of you want to meet my little buddy. So
the dog?
Baby dog can come on out.
Oh, God, he brought the dog. See? Do you see what this motherfucker's like? He used to be a Democrat, changed to Republican, went Trumper. Oh, they gave the dog its own seat.
Now, as the world watches, you didn't really expect that, did you? But with that being said, let me just say just this. She makes us smile, and she loves everybody. And how could the message possibly be any more simpler than just that?
Just as the Hut.
Now, I've got to tell you just this. The foundation of my life is the truth. I've got to tell you just this and tell you this right now.
He looks like he's ready to die right now.
Media all the time to find something that knowingly I've told them it's not the truth, and they can't do it because I'm not going to do that. Now, I want you to listen to this and pay really close attention. The bottom line to why we're here, the bottom line to every single thing that's going on in this great country today is one thing. We become totally unhinged if Donald Trump is not elected in November.
What?
I want to talk to you tonight about my relationship with President Trump. I want to talk to you about an incredible man.
Did he just say they'd become unhinged if he wasn't elected?
He's tough. He's super smart. He's a business guy. But maybe there's something that you've missed, and that is he genuinely cares. He cares about all of us, every last one of us, and he loves this nation beyond good sense. He has amazing kids. I've hunted and fished with Don Jr. He's an incredible outdoorsman and a really treasured friend. Now imagine this. Eric and I have been so far back in the woods on top of a mountain, and I blew the tire out on the back of my 4x4, and who was under the vehicle right then? Eric Trump. Eric Trump changed the tire. Donald Trump has taught his kids.
Eric Trump was good for something? I don't believe it.
Taught them absolutely to respect the military.
So you ran over Eric.
He's taught them to respect our first responders. He's taught them absolutely to treat our working.
Alice, good evening. Welcome to Being Unhinged.
Respect all across this land. Let me tell you just this. I was in the green room with President Trump, and there was a MAGA hat laying there. I picked it up. We had just had our first grandbaby, a boy named JC.
You and Eric?
Absolutely was just not old at all. And all of a sudden I asked President Trump if he would sign that hat for our grandbaby JC.
Wait, does Siri Google things?
You know what he wrote on it? He wrote, JC, always work hard. Now let's review. Donald J. Trump, my friend, my close friend. He's tough. He's super smart. He's a business guy. He loves America. He taught his kids the right values, and he's a hard worker.
None of that is true.
Leader to me.
Maybe if that was Donald Trump you were describing.
Sure sounds like a president to me. Then ask yourself, why does Donald Trump fight every day for us and continue to take this senseless persecution?
He
Why?
doesn't.
And I know the answer. Because we're worth it.
He's a con man. Now, pretty much, Alice, it's the Trump party now.
And here's the prediction. Baby Dog says we'll retain the House, the majority in the House.
You're not going to?
We're going to flip the United States Senate.
You're not going to. Unless you win the presidency.
And overwhelmingly, we're going to elect Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance in November.
I'm kind of scared about that.
And Baby Dog says,
yeah, for reals this time. We're going to do a red wave. We swear.
We're going to win. And the answer is one thing. Because we're worth it. God bless you. God bless this great country. And God bless Donald J. Trump.
Dog didn't say shit. Oh my God. Yeah. Keep that puppy away from Kristi Noem. Who doesn't like sausages? Dog was happy to be there. That dog was very happy. Looked very chill as well. For those of you who are unaware, he once held that dog up and told Bette Midler to kiss its ass. Held his little asshole up to the TV camera and told Bette Midler to kiss his dog's ass. That's why I'm excited to have him in the Senate. I'd rather the Democrats retain control. But, he's going to be a lot of fucking fun. He'll be more fun than John Kennedy. take bets on how long into his Senate run it takes for him to get a drop here on the Troll Patrol? I'm gonna have too many to choose from. Get that motherfucker on the Senate floor. He'll probably drop dead before he can even like take office in January. It looked like he barely made it out on the fucking stage. But then again, those fucking old ghouls live forever. You've got access to the best healthcare in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome the next senator from Indiana, Congressman Jim.
Not because they live in America, but because they are in a certain class in America.
Thank you. I don't know about you, but thank God Baby Dog's a Republican.
Baby Dog didn't say that.
Thank you, fellow Republicans, and thank you to the great state of Indiana for making me your nominee to be the next United States Senator. Only in America could a kid like me who was born in a trailer park,
Jim Banks in Indiana,
a factory worker and a nursing home cook, end up here. I'm Jim Banks, and I have lived the American dream, and I'm proud of it. But the biggest difference today between Republicans and Democrats is that we believe America is the greatest country in the history of the world. But they don't. I gotta tell you, as an Afghanistan war veteran, I've never been more ashamed than when Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal left 13 American heroes dead, and then he lied about it. Americans want a president who is proud of their country and who they can be proud of. Joe Biden is an embarrassment. We went from the strongest president of my lifetime in President Trump to the weakest president in history in Joe Biden. We need President Trump back in the White House if we're going to make America great once again.
You are boring.
But ladies and gentlemen, he's going to need backup in the United States Senate. This is no time for wimpy Republicans. That's why I'm running. We'll start by securing the border. If you came here illegally under Joe Biden, you're going back to where you came from under Donald Trump. My dad was a Union Democrat for most of his life. Today, he's a
I'm trying to get some polling on this race. I don't even know who the Democrat is.
Because my dad knows that President Trump will always put American workers first. Trump was the first president of my lifetime to hold China accountable for taking our jobs. He brought manufacturing back to Indiana and boosted wages for hardworking Hoosiers.
I ain't seen no fucking Indiana polling on here.
Saved the American dream. But if we have Biden for 4 more years, that dream won't be there for my 3 daughters.
Is that a Democratic seat? There's no way.
To take our country back. For them, for your children, for your grandchildren, for every American. My friends, I can't wait for November 5th at 6:01 p.m. Eastern Time, when the great
Valerie McRae is the Democratic.
First state on the board to give our electoral college votes to the great.
He's also a libertarian
my
candidate.
Lifetime, my friend Donald J. Trump. Thank you. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it was held by Mike Braun.
Brown, the next senator from Nevada.
not seeking re-election, so it's just an open Senate seat. So yeah, it wouldn't be a pickup for Republicans. I do not have any polling.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking my God for my life. I want to thank my wife for her strength.
Brother, I don't know, man. You probably should be cursing him for your life.
And back home, I want to thank my children.
Tester is Montana, and he's
for many reasons, and you are part of that mission. Tonight, I offer a message of hope because I know the importance of hope in difficult times. On September 4th, 2008, my Humvee ran over a roadside bomb in Afghanistan. The explosion left me drenched in diesel.
What were you doing in Afghanistan?
As I neared death, I felt the flames being smothered and heard a voice say, "Sir, I've got you." Through the pain,
what was my freedom doing in Afghanistan?
The years that followed, I never lost hope.
Feel like that's a funny place for my freedom to be.
And I stand before you. I stand before you today as a Republican nominee for Senate from the great state of Nevada.
I know he is currently
America,
down.
I served you as a soldier, and I want to serve you again. As a U.S. Senator, I will proudly stand alongside Donald Trump to make America affordable, safe, and strong again. We have a tough fight ahead, but it won't be my first.
Rosen is the name of his Democratic opponent.
The unemployment rate in Nevada is nearly 25%.
And she is up by at least 5 points. Some polls have her up by 12.
Might be fine for millionaires like Senator Jackie Rosen, but it's
Jackie Rosen
for Nevadans struggling with inflation and high prices. Yet Jackie and Joe want to raise your taxes while dodging their own. I'll work with President Trump to cut taxes.
Like, how do you have your face burn off in Afghanistan and then come back and think it was a good idea and want to be a part of the party that lied you into that stupid war? I mean, I guess not. Didn't really lie you into Afghanistan.
Life must be affordable for millions, not just millionaires. Finally, look at my face. This is the high cost of war. If Joe Biden stays in office, more service members will pay this price. He has brought our nation humiliation.
This is the least we've been engaged in the world in years.
I've been through the fire.
In my lifetime, for sure.
President Trump has been through the fire. But hope has not been extinguished. It is reignited.
It is crazy how strong the Senate looks compared to Biden.
And we are more united than ever to save America's future. On November 5th.
And I think the polls are underestimating the Dems. I think those Dems are actually going to come out higher than
Together we will put America first.
the polls they're running as.
I want to close with those same words I heard on the battlefield.
That's what, and
it gave me
here's the thing: is the control of the Senate lies in the presidency.
May God bless President Trump.
Democrats are going to lose one seat
And God bless
because of Jim Justice.
of America.
That's just automatically a Republican pickup.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Montana, Tim Sheehy.
Oh no, the polls. Okay, the polls with Hillary were correct in 2016. The polls in 2020 were correct, but they didn't have Trump winning. They had Biden winning. Biden was up the whole race.
Hey Montana, how's it going?
Well, this is a pretty boy.
Hey everybody, my name is Tim Sheehy. Those are also my pronouns.
Those aren't pronouns. Like, it's amazing that still gets an applause. It's a tired joke.
For 38 years, and I can promise you, going to elementary school with that name in the 80s was not fun. That is a joke, but it also shows the lunacy we're living with in Joe Biden and John Tester's America. I'm a former Navy SEAL. My wife was a Marine.
Bootlegger.
Both fought in our nation's longest war in Afghanistan. I was wounded there, served hundreds of missions there. We came home to live the American dream in Montana. The great state of Montana, I might add.
Who wants to see Maynard?
And we started an aerial firefighting company in our barn. We created hundreds of jobs protecting our public lands and protecting fellow Montanans from devastating wildfires. I fight wildfires for a living, so take it from me, the world is on fire under Joe Biden. Consider for a minute Biden's disgraceful retreat from Afghanistan, when he let our enemies steal billions of dollars of our equipment and kill 13 brave American service members. To this day, there has been zero accountability, none. And that's why I'm running for the United States Senate in Montana, to bring back accountability to our government and beat John Tester, the liberal Washington politician who votes with Biden and Kamala every single time it matters. And some of you may not know who John Tester is, but John Tester is the deciding vote for Biden's America Last agenda. He's got an F from the NRA. He's voted to open our borders, inflation, and he even put a liberal judge on the Supreme Court who can't even define what a woman is. And even
the real question is, how is a woman?
Priuses don't
You spend too much time asking, what is a woman?
John Tester
you don't spend enough time asking, how is a woman?
Presidency, an extreme liberal agenda, and it's time to retire them both. And listen, I'm an optimist. You can't jump out of planes.
Why is a woman?
Enemy territory.
Get existential with it.
I truly believe America's future will be better than our past. But that future is not given. And we need political outsiders like President Trump to return common sense to our nation. And what Montanans think is common sense is pretty simple. It's not complicated. They want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas. Cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls.
Cops are bad, okay? Real Clear has Sheehy up by a
I'm ready to
point.
retire John Tester and take back the United States.
But there's not a lot of polls.
I'm ready to join you in sending President Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Let's save America.
The Hill has Tester up 2 points. Most of the earlier polls had Tester up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Virginia, Hung Cow.
What? Hung Cow?
That's the scariest sound you'll ever hear when you live in a communist country.
What?
That's the last sound my parents heard when their fathers were taken away in the middle of the night.
People get cop knocked on all the time in this country, son.
That's my family's real life story. We escaped from Vietnam just days before Saigon fell to the communists. we were given a new life in the most generous country on earth.
Don't have any polling on Virginia, don't look like.
And America saved my life. I grabbed onto the American dream. I graduated from the United States Naval Academy, but I paid back every dime of that American dream with 25 years of service in Navy Special Operations.
You want a cookie?
I saw combat in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. I retired as captain of the United States Navy, and now I stand before you as a Republican.
It is dumb. That's why I'm the stream to watch this shit on. We treat it as dumb.
Only in America, ladies and gentlemen, only in America.
We mock the absurdity.
We're losing our country.
Pageantry of politics.
Joe Biden, millions
This here
of illegal
United
immigrants
States
flooded
of
the border.
fascism.
They fly Hamas flags on our campuses.
Oh, bullshit.
To America.
And if you're good, you get a car chase afterwards. You get police
Very
chase.
clear to everyone who comes here. Don't ask for the American dream if you're not willing to obey the American laws and embrace the American culture.
Oh, he's running against Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine ain't gonna lose.
Because I did.
He's been in that seat for like 20 years. Tim Kaine ain't gonna lose. Especially not to Hung Cow. Hung Cow is indeed his name.
I love this country so much that I wrote a blank check up to and including my life.
Phew.
I'm running against Hillary's running mate, Senator Tim Kaine. Kaine is a weak man in a dangerous world.
Tim Kaine in the membrane.
The American taxpayer signed our paychecks for 30 years.
I couldn't find any polling on the Virginia race.
A career politician with millions of dollars to show for it. I've been a warrior with scars to prove it, and I'm damn proud of it. In November,
a belt was poking into my fat.
One man. We will vote for love.
Love.
Love of God, love of family, and love for the greatest nation on earth.
Donald Trump represents love.
And Virginia will elect me and President Trump, and together we will save America. My name is Hung Cow. I'm the next senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I'm not done fighting for us. May God bless you, may God bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator
Thank
Rick
you,
Scott of
Hung
Florida.
Cow.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can tell I'm from the great state of Florida. Well, the Democrats couldn't stop him. The media couldn't stop him. The liberal judges couldn't stop
He
him.
really wants to get up there.
A bullet from a madman couldn't stop him. Can anything stop Donald Trump from becoming the next president and making America great again?
DJ Dub.
I've known Donald since before each of us ran for office, and it's an honor to be here to
Oh my God, that's who he looks like.
get him reelected back in the White House where he should belong every day going forward.
With the little glasses and the hat. Was it like Christopher Lloyd that played that guy?
I was born to a single mom. I grew up in public housing. I started working at the age of 7. I enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the age of 18. Go Navy.
Christopher Lloyd looks younger than he did like fucking 40 years ago.
Only because I grew up in America, I was able, like many of you, to come.
How do you do that?
Nothing, to build one of the biggest companies in the world, be the 45th governor of Florida, a U.S. senator, where we have to fight every day to stop the radical Democrats from absolutely destroying our great country.
What are all you cats doing?
They will lose, we will win. USA, USA.
Ooh, USA.
Now, let me tell you.
They never want to bring up the Medicare fraud.
I had a dream and I did some time traveling.
Back to when you did Medicare fraud?
To an imaginary world where actually Joe Biden got.
You guys certainly live in an imaginary world. We all agree.
Yeah. So, remember the Christmas Carol, the ghost of Christmas past? Well, in my dream, I met the ghost of Biden's future. So I got to see a Biden second term. Now, it wasn't a dream, it was a nightmare. Mortgage rates skyrocketed to 15%. Only rich people could buy groceries. Gas was $10 a gallon. In my nightmare, Biden and the Democrats erased our southern border.
How is that a nightmare for you?
Illegals into our country, that the Mexican cartel started getting frequent flyer miles.
Can't imagine this motherfucker doesn't own stock in like
It was easy for
goddamn.
Democrats to rig the elections. They simply allowed all the non-citizens to vote.
All the oil companies.
Protect Israel from terrorists or to stop China from invading Taiwan. Now, do any of you think this is far-fetched?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
If you do, you haven't been following it. Biden and the Democrats are doing everything they can to tear down this great country and rebuild it in their woke, radical image.
Huh.
Their dream's not new. It's an old, evil idea that has failed every time it's been tried. It's called socialism. And Donald J. Trump will not let socialism happen in this country. Think about it. Under Trump, we had a booming economy. We weren't at war. Our enemies feared us. Our allies respected us. We had a secure border. Inflation and mortgage rates were low. And families had money in the bank. Donald Trump has given up a lot for this country.
Like what?
His family's been slandered. He's been impeached.
He deserved it.
Treated as a criminal. All
he is a criminal.
He never backs down. This week he's shown the courage all of us should display as we rally around him to rescue our great country.
Oh, did I miss the ads? I'm sorry.
So, let's fight, fight, fight.
Bagheera, good evening.
Trump gets reelected. Have a great night. God bless you.
God bless you, Rick. Also look like you're ready to die any minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey.
Am I still streaming? You guys still here?
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jeff Van Drew. Tonight I want to tell you my story. I am a proud Republican, but I haven't always been a Republican. I was elected to several offices in South Jersey and eventually was sent to the United States Congress.
You guys are here.
As a conservative Democrat. Along the way, I noticed that I
got sound at a
what the
restream.
Democrats had become as a party. But more importantly, I didn't like what the Democratic Party was doing to our great United States of America. To the independents, and especially to the forgotten Democrats out there, for a moment I want to speak to you. I know how you feel tonight, because that's how I felt back in 2019. You feel like your party has left you behind, because it has. You feel like your party
everything's cool
about American workers and American working families, because it doesn't. And you are worried that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are hurting our country, because they are. I felt the same way. So after being a Democrat to vote against impeaching Donald Trump,
I try to make ads as unintrusive as possible, because I don't
that perhaps my time in elected office was done.
I don't want anybody to miss any content because they're not subbed.
There was no
But special occasions like this are hard for me to, control.
Democrat anymore.
Diggs, good evening.
But then I received a call from the White House. President Trump.
The dumbest shit.
We spoke about family, faith, freedom, and friendship. He has been my good friend ever since that day. He said that I should be a Republican.
I mean, all conventions are circle jerks, right? So
Republican.
Like, was this one more of a circle jerk than the one where, Reagan was nominated?
Always has. Ladies and gentlemen, after the tragic shooting last Saturday.
Oh man, can you the 2004 convention with George W. Can you imagine what a circle jerk that was post 9/11?
And independence. We need to be.
We're in wartime. We've just invaded Iraq and shit.
That empowers us to do extraordinary things. We will conquer new challenges. We will reach new heights. And
yeah, politically it was bad.
New trails of greatness.
And don't think that when we do the DNC in a month, it's not also going to be a circle jerk.
Great again.
So it could be wild this year.
And we will elect Donald Trump this November. Now I have a question for you, and I'll give you the answer. The answer is yes, but we want to hear your answer from the East Coast to the West Coast and around the world. Can you do this?
West Side.
Will we win in November?
Nope.
Will we win in November? God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless the greatest country that ever existed on the face of the earth, the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the
Elise Stefanik,
House of Representatives Republican Conference, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York.
Why she gotta be dumb?
Good
She cute.
evening, Milwaukee. We always say
Vapid loser indeed.
important election in our
But she
lifetime,
cute.
but we know deep down this one truly is. Our Constitution and the soul of our very nation are on the ballot.
Miami too, clinically.
People have suffered crisis after crisis. From the Biden border, the most wide open border in our nation's history, to Bidenflation, the highest rate of inflation in my lifetime, devastating hardworking families with skyrocketing prices for groceries, gas, and utilities. To Biden's violent crime crisis, fueled by Democrats' pro-criminal sanctuary cities and defund the police policies like
She's a Republican 10. You gotta admit that.
all while corrupt Democrats
She's like a foreign Sheboygan.
wage illegal and unconstitutional lawfare against President Trump
That sounds like a Dave joke.
to Joe Biden's political bidding. And around the world, the feckless and failed Joe Biden has caused chaos, weakening our national security. From the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, to Hamas's terrorist attack against our most precious ally, Israel. And let me ask you a question. What has been the response from the radical left on our college campuses? Vile anti-Semitism, chanting death to Israel, death to Jews, death to America.
I don't think anybody's chanted that shit.
Biden's Democrat Party. Who saw that congressional hearing with the college presidents of so-called elite universities? Oh wait, they are former presidents.
Oh, you're bragging about your cancel culture.
You know, I asked one simple question
yours,
at that
woke
hearing.
moralists.
It was not a political
We'll see
question.
who cancels
It was a
who.
moral question, and that was this. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? And one after the other said it depends on the context. Let me tell you, America knows it does not depend on the context.
She's so proud of herself.
President Trump will bring back moral leadership to the White
No, you were trying to say that from the river to the sea was somehow calling for the genocide of Jews. You were conflating those two things.
President Trump will once again deliver the most secure border in our nation's history and unleash the American economy.
You got two cats over there. They're having fun.
Strength as commander-in-chief, standing with our allies and causing our enemies to fear us. President Trump has done it before, and he will do it again. This November, we are counting on you, we the people, to save America by electing President Donald J. Trump. It is clear for the whole world to see nothing, absolutely nothing will stop President Trump from standing and fighting for our great country. And I have been proud to always stand in the breach during the toughest moments for President Trump. From leading the charge against illegal impeachments, to standing for election integrity, to unifying House Republicans, to proudly being the first member of Congress to endorse him for re-election. And as we embark on the difficult path ahead to save America, call upon Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. We the people will never give up on President Trump. And
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
God bless you. God bless President Donald J. Trump.
Nice.
And God bless the United
She got the giggles.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Majority Whip of the United States House of Representatives, Congressman Tom Emmer of Minnesota.
Fucking Tom Emmer.
How about that, Stefanik?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Tom Emmer.
Did they invite her to the orgies? Because I might turn Republican for it.
Majority Whip in the United States House of Representatives.
Now, all those Republican orgies are just gay, aren't they?
Republican majority.
A bunch of guys.
The Biden-Harris agenda. In spite of having one of the smallest majorities in history.
We listened to some Devo before we came on to the main show. We were hanging out on Twitch.
We fought back against the Democrats' reckless spending that imposed.
I can't get no.
Americans. We passed bills such as the Lower Energy Costs Act and the Rein in Inflation Act.
Costs Act.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's failed economic agenda and to restore some fiscal sanity to Washington. We ended the vaccine mandate in our military.
There's like a bazillion vaccine mandates in the military.
Gutting specific Biden-Harris regulations. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights. We investigated the Chinese Communist Party. We stopped the D.C. crime bill that would have made our nation's capital simply too dangerous to visit. And we passed the strongest border security bill in decades. Get ready, because when we grow our majority, when we flip the Senate, and when we send President Donald J. Trump back to the White House, we won't just be holding the line anymore, we'll be moving forward. We will turn America First principles into law. I know firsthand that Minnesotans can't afford 4 more years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That's right. Which is why I'm confident that we will make history this November when we turn Minnesota red for the first time in 50 years.
Ain't happening. They think Minnesota's in play.
On crime, trade, and regulation has ruined the lives of countless Minnesotans. When Minneapolis was in flames and businesses were in ruins, Kamala Harris encouraged and enabled the criminals and the rioters. Oh, it gets worse. She even promoted a fund to release the criminals from jail.
Well, there's no unity.
Reported much in our media.
Justin, good evening.
Kamala Harris, freed in Minneapolis, went on to murder a man in St. Paul, Minnesota. Donald Trump stands.
Apparently, the ghouls in
our men and women in
Silicon Valley have opened their checkbooks for Donald Trump now.
Donald Trump also fought for Minnesota workers and farmers.
So J.D. Vance
Against Chinese trade abuses, ending NAFTA,
doing what he needs to
replacing
do.
it with the USMCA. Joe Biden voted for NAFTA and China's entry into the WTO, devastating Minnesota's economy. And Kamala Harris, she opposed tariffs on China. Of course, when they aren't outsourcing our jobs through bad trade deals, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are destroying them through taxes and regulation. They are America last. But next year, Donald Trump, with the support of Trump majorities in the House and Senate, will put America first again. Thank you. And I'm confident that together we are
I'm gonna make some coffee.
America great again. God bless you. May God continue to bless Donald Trump and his family, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome the Majority Leader of the United States House of Representatives, Congressman Steve Scalise of Louisiana.
Fucking Scalise. Another example of a shooter that needed target practice.
God bless each and every one of you. I'm House Majority Leader Steve Scalise from the great state of Louisiana. Now, I was born in New Orleans, so I've seen some crazy things in my time. But New Orleans has nothing on Washington, D.C. these past 4 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent your tax dollars trashing America's finances in ways no sane or sober-minded person ever would. Let's talk energy. They've eroded the American
Don't shoot people in the dick, Butters.
Delivered. Joe Biden approved the Nord Stream pipeline.
God damn it, DJ Dub. Jinx.
He killed the Keystone pipeline here at home. Thousands of American jobs gone. It doesn't end there. Biden let Iran and Venezuela export their oil.
Yeah, I thought it was in the the meat of his hamstring. Biden.
President Biden's not done. President Biden waived taxes on Chinese solar panels, but he raised taxes on Americans. When we elect Donald Trump as our next president and expand our Republican House majority, we will end the Democrats' assault on
I hate
American
this guy.
energy
I'm leaving.
once and for all. Now let's look at taxes. Biden and Harris want a $5 trillion tax hike. In our first 100 days, President Trump and a Republican majority will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. And yes, we will end taxes on tips and deliver another tax cut for working families. On the border, Biden and Harris opened it up to the entire world. Prisons are being emptied. President Trump and a Republican majority will repass H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in decades. We will lock down the border, and yes, we will finish building the wall. Our most sacred right as citizens, voting. Biden and Harris want
Purgatorus, good evening.
Now that they've opened up the border. Republicans will repass the SAVE Act to block illegal aliens from voting in our elections. On foreign policy, Biden and Harris brought us weakness and war. President Trump and a Republican majority will begin rebuilding our
My ass hurts. That's what it
end the
do.
woke indoctrination in its ranks.
But it doesn't itch because I totally washed it this morning. Because that's the best advice I can give to everyone. You want to feel fresh and clean.
They actually investigated parents at school boards. President Trump and a Republican majority will pass legislation expanding school choice and will repass the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents should be free to choose.
I wish everyone a clean, non-crusted asshole.
Now, lastly, I need to say something about Saturday's attempt on President Trump's life. Many of you know I was the survivor of a politically motivated shooting in 2017. Not many know that while I was fighting for my life, Donald Trump was one of the first to come console my family at the hospital.
He hasn't even contacted the widow of the dude that died at his rally.
That's the kind of leader he is. Courageous under fire, compassionate towards others. Let's put Donald Trump back in the White House this November so we can make
compassionate towards others. Donald Trump.
Make Donald Trump
Fuck
continue
me.
to receive God's blessing, and God bless these great United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Oh, shit.
Of Louisiana.
This Weasley little bastard.
Good evening, my friends. What an amazing crowd, and what a great time it is to unite our party.
This is the opposite of a great time.
Back to the White House. That's what we're going to do. But we're not just uniting as Republicans. We're uniting today as Americans in the wake of the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump. Everyone hear me clearly and listen to me at home and make no mistake.
I at least feel like the Democrats are going to have better entertainment.
Thorough investigation of these tragic events. And that work has already begun. The American people deserve to know the truth, and
pick on him now. Email him.
Accountability. I promise you that. I promise you that.
Email this fucking little Weasley motherfucker.
This has always been an important principle to us. We in the
small little guy
are the law and order team. We always have been, and we always will be, the advocates for the rule of law. And we all know that
staff does,
as well as many others, is in serious
He's at least going to get the gist of it at some point in
to a
time.
moment in America where the basic things that we once took for granted are
Sir, every day somebody has been calling or emailing
we are
you,
no longer just in a battle between two
saying that you need to suck his ass.
We are.
We just thought that you need to be aware.
Anymore. We're now
he has done it for 47 days
between
straight.
two completely different visions of who we are as Americans and what our country will be.
Clay Puddington? Is that a real person?
Foundational truths.
That's the name of some bear
Greatest nation
that had a TV show in the UK in the 80s.
The most powerful, the most benevolent
Clay Puddington.
it's ever been. It's not even close. It's not even close. But we have no guarantee that this grand experiment in self-governance can endure unless we respond to the call to keep it.
I know who it is.
248
That's
years
Paddington,
ago,
okay.
we boldly proclaimed in our declaration,
did I hook up with them?
Created equal, not born equal, created equal. And that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights.
Oh!
We understand that our rights do not come from
moral oral.
They come from God.
I do actually know who that is.
There's another thing that we recognize. We recognize that
I have not watched Moral Oral in years.
And because of that, every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin, what zip code you live in, where you come from, what your talents are, or what you can contribute to society. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by your Creator. That's what we stand for. I speak a lot about what I call the 7 core principles of American conservatism. What do we stand for as Republicans, they want to know? I think it boils down to a few things: individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Indeed, those are the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but they're actually the core principles of our republic itself. And while they resonate in our hearts and in the hearts of most Americans, listen to me, the radical, woke, progressive left has disdain for those principles, all right? They have a very different vision for what America should become. They want to tear down those foundations and remold us into some sort of borderless, lawless, Marxist, socialist utopia.
It still won't be entertaining him, Lord.
Not on our watch.
I can't wait to drink coffee. I'm going to get more high.
It was just 3 weeks ago that Kelly and I dropped off our oldest son at the Naval Academy. And that's right.
The first time you've ever smoked? Oh, shit.
In 4 years, he'll graduate, and he'll join the 1.2
No, Perk, no, I'm
duty service members who bravely defend our country. We're so proud of Jack and all our children, but like most parents today, we're concerned about their future. America can't risk 4 more years of Joe Biden's weakness that has invited so much aggression.
White chocolate mocha creamer.
We can't survive the dramatic increases in violence, crime, and drugs that the Democrats' policies have brought upon our communities. And we cannot allow the many.
First time you've ever smoked anything, you might not.
Our borders.
You might not get high. I don't know how it works if you've never smoked before. Some people don't get high until like the 3rd, 4th time they've smoked. You don't really know how to inhale it and everything.
My friends,
and also like it might not activate the same way. But if you've been doing THC, I don't know how it works.
Now being trampled underfoot by the radical left. As President Trump,
Alice, glad to see you're still here with us.
Gave a
and clearly you have good taste in adult humor cartoons.
And we will.
I'm sorry for talking over Mike Johnson. I really apologize if somebody wanted to hear what he had to say.
We're in a fateful battle of ideas, my friends, and we have to recognize that. But in this battle, and in November, the American...
I do need to go back to the kitchen, though, because I may have left the stove on.
Of peace,
I still hear it like clicking.
And opportunity. The GOP will grow our House majority, we will take back the Senate, and we will return Donald J. Trump to the White House. And standing arm in arm, we will make America safe.
I would love to talk to your Johnson. If it's a nice Johnson, tell me.
Listen, we reach out tonight to everyone watching at home. We invite all Americans who believe in the promise of our great nation to join us in this fateful battle. We can and we will reverse.
Not a gas stove. Do not have a gas stove. They're not very common around here.
And we can preserve this exceptional nation that God has entrusted to us. And what
I think gas stoves are more common in like the Northeast or something.
Of man on the earth. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless our troops.
I've only ever lived in one apartment that had a gas stove. Every other one's been electric. And, you know, I've lived in 10 apartments.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome businessman Vivek Ramaswamy of Ohio.
Vivek rhymes with cake. Just happy to be there.
Love it. Thank you, guys.
I don't believe in borders at all, Alice.
Back in Milwaukee.
To be fair, I'm that portion of the left.
Last year, I was a candidate for U.S. president, and I'm proud to say that I achieved the impossible, which is that most of you actually know how to say my name.
F them borders.
So thank you for that. It's good to be back. We're in the middle of
I love this picture.
Crisis right now. Faith, patriotism, hard work.
I wish it was better quality. I need to find a better quality.
Only to be replaced by race.
I don't see any borders, do you?
Sexuality and climate. But we're not going to win this election just by criticizing the other side.
Well, I wouldn't go lawless now.
Our own vision of who we really are. What does it mean to be a Republican in the year 2024?
Apparently, I started sounding like a bootlicker when I was arguing with the libertarian the other day.
It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit. That you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means we believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act.
Didn't Ann Coulter literally say she wouldn't vote for you because you're Indian?
We will seal the southern border on day one. Thank you. It means the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They are American ideas that we fought a revolution to secure. And the man who will revive these ideals in the United States of America is your next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to reignite the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. But there is one more reason I'm going to ask you to vote Trump, and it's the most important one. It's the one the media won't talk about, but it's the truth. Donald Trump is the president who will actually unite this country, not through empty words, but through action. Because you know what? Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. That's who we are as Americans. That's who we've always been. To those of you watching this at home tonight, I'd like to
Not only do I want to end the war on drugs, I think we need a war to get people more drugs.
Our message to black Americans is this. The media
Let's make drugs more plentiful.
For decades that Republicans don't care about your communities.
Drugs are good.
We want for you what we want for every
More
American.
drugs, more drugs.
Clean streets, good
But also, like, hey,
life for your children, and a justice system that treats
you need safe injection sites. You need good treatment facilities.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this. You're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure.
Justin, I've asked my
America. But our message to
my friend, she's the daughter of a black preacher, and she studies, colonialism.
But because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded.
She does like post-colonial black studies. I've asked her about that.
Our message to millennials, speaking as one myself, yes, it's true.
Ever come on sometime?
Sold us a false bill of goods with the Iraq War and the 2008 financial crisis, loading up our national debt that falls on our generation's shoulders, telling us that if we took out college loans, we'd somehow get a head start on the American dream, when it hasn't worked out that way. But we can't.
Well, technically, I don't know what I would have done without loans.
Because the United States of America is
we had no other way to get to college.
Hope that we have, and we deserve a better class of politician, one who actually tells us.
I heard Kai saying that the other day, Mox.
Tweets from time to time.
I trust Kai. He's pretty knowledgeable. That sounds right. Cops made it up to cover their malfeasance.
And our message to Gen Z is this.
I would say it was one of those things that was more popularized by movies and shit, right? Because it's a good plot device.
You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative. Say get married, have kids, teach them to believe in God and pledge allegiance to their country.
Brother, nobody cares.
You know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American. And you know what? If you're at home and you disagree with everything I just said, our message to you is this. We will still defend to the death your right to say it, because that is who we are as Americans.
Oh yeah, I love Kai. I would...
Where we can disagree like hell and still get together.
I would be good friends with a Kai. I would swipe right on Kai.
That is the America we miss. We do not have to be ancient.
I hope the feeling's mutual. It might not be.
Nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best
Yes,
days
Dustin.
are actually
But to be fair, that's usually what
still on our way
conventions
to that
are.
city on a hill, that country where no matter who you are,
Smash, good evening.
came from, or what your skin color is,
This is a more sycophantic one than traditional, but you know there was always that element
your
to
own
it.
hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what, you are free to
Because you have to suck up to Trump
step of the way.
and
That is the American dream.
show your fealty to him.
Won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us.
More about it, because usually you would have a lot of the party leaders speaking, right? Mitch McConnell not going to be speaking here.
Free world, and if we can revive that dream over group
Mike Johnson spoke earlier,
victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation,
but it would usually be more like a rah-rah for the party as a whole.
gonna defeat
But this is just all about sucking Trump's ass.
exceptionalism is all about, and that is what we will revive this November when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Thank you.
Tim Scott probably is going to be HUD secretary. You're right, Mark. And that's sad. That's kind of racist on their part.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American icon, singer-songwriter Lee Greenwood.
What? We got this last night. Oh shit, it's a song that's not.
They say love is...
It's not God Bless America. I thought he only had the one. Okay, I'm gonna go over to Washington Post. They're interviewing a Jewish guy.
Well, I hear a lot of blame about inflation on, let's say, President Biden and Harris.
Well, if I give you Washington Post,
I think that government itself is the biggest problem.
and you can hear it, but just barely.
Inflation. I think Milton Friedman said that inflation is always a monetary.
I don't think it's commercial time, M.
I would
Lord.
like to see more focus on curbing government spending and
Somebody hook M. Lord up with a sub.
spending $7 trillion when you're only bringing in $5 trillion.
Don't mute me.
Company, and I think we can't run this country like that anymore.
President Trump, former President Trump, has seemed to unite the party. If you look around,
really,
can he unite the country?
I hope so.
No!
I believe that President Trump actually has the best for everybody in this country, all citizens of this country, in his mind. He seems to care about everybody. He's not.
This is Benny Rosenberger right now. That's who Washington Post is interviewing.
Rising tide raises all ships, and I think that's what he wants to do.
I think my last question for you, the events of last weekend, the attempted assassination, did they change the way you see politics, or you want your politicians to act or talk, or not?
Well, I haven't really seen much coverage, news coverage on that. I mean, I think it's appalling that such a mishap happened. I think it's, I can't believe the Secret Service missed that. You know, I think it's gross negligence at best. I hope that President Trump continues what he's doing, and I hope that God protects him. You know, any enemies, foreign and domestic.
Benny, thanks for joining us. I know that you don't have a lot of trust in the mainstream media, so I appreciate you coming up here and talking to us.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Libby, back to you.
All right, thank you, Rich. Let's go to J.M. Rieger.
Oh, I'm sorry, Smash. I'm a political channel, so I got to do it. Oh, God, they turned it into a badge.
So fascinating because, as we've been hearing our colleagues talk about, they're getting a lot of momentum right now from Donald Trump. But in the past, Donald...
Good evening. 726-00019 and 726...
I knew somebody'd hook you up, M. Lord.
These may be just numbers to you, but to me,
Good people in the chat.
they're my whole heart.
Thank you, clinically.
These numbers are my parents' identification numbers in our federal prison system. My name is Savannah Chrisley, and you may have seen my family on TV.
Wait a minute.
For the past decade, We've been
She's the
consumed
daughter from the Grizzly Knows Best.
My family was persecuted by rogue prosecutors in Fulton County.
No!
To our public profile. I know, Fulton County. They know how to do it, don't they? Due to our public profile and conservative beliefs, they accused my parents of fraud when really we were defrauded by a dishonest business partner.
No, you totally committed fraud, and your dad is a closeted gay man.
We suffered.
Yes, the USA reality show. Yes, he's in prison right now.
Officials even had my father's face on a dartboard in his office.
Yep, securities fraud.
My parents were sentenced to a combined 19 years. I know. And let me tell
I only know about it because it used to come on after
my
Raw.
brother and sister, 10 and 16 at the time. And you don't know heartache until you look two children in the eyes and say, I don't know when mom and dad are coming home. I'll never forget.
Maybe if your parents didn't commit crimes.
In the most heavily Democrat county in the state, before an Obama-appointed judge, he called us the Trumps of the South. Yeah, hey, it's fun. He meant it as an insult, but let me tell you, boy, do I wear it as a badge of honor. We live in a nation founded on
We live in a society.
and justice for all. Justice, it's supposed to be blind, but today we have a two-faced justice
I love that the
system.
Washington Post didn't even give her the courtesy of watching her.
Trump. All while, let's face it, Hunter Biden is roaming around free and attending classified meetings. Oh, and let's face it, look at what they're doing to countless Christians and conservatives.
What?
That the government has labeled extremist or even worse.
M-Lord, you're right. It's like 12 tiers.
Releasing actual violent offenders.
Oh, she's below mid clinically. This is bad.
A lawyer of mine, Brett Tolman, who's a former U.S.
She'd totally do crack with Hunter.
He told me about a plaque that hangs in the Department of Justice, and it reads,
I'd do crack with Hunter.
in the administration of justice
Not judging.
is consistency. The only thing consistent about Democrat justice is how they consistently punish their enemies.
Now, come on, clinically.
That's not justice. Look at what they've done to Steve Bannon. I mean, the man should be at home. Proverbs 24:16 says, "For though the righteous fall 7 times,
You want a dick pic selfie from me?
but the wicked stumble when calamity strikes." It's about time we start seeing
Subscribe to YouTube. There's actually one on there.
rise above the persecution. We need to hold rogue prosecutors
If you subscribe to YouTube, you can see my dick.
immunity. We need to expose the Democrats' corruption, and better yet, the Biden family's corruption.
Oh, Hunters. It's a gigantic hog, apparently.
I know just the man for that job. Donald J. Trump has only one conviction that matters, and that is his conviction to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
That's a bit I do. I'll be like, hey, I'm going to send you a
Ladies
dick
and
pic to a
gentlemen,
girl I've been
Mayor
talking
of
to.
Dallas, Texas,
You know, after we've been talking a while. And then I'll send her the picture, and it's like a sketch of a dick, right? And she's like, oh, ha, 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 that's funny. And I'm like, yeah, my artist friend sketched that of my dick. It's actually mine.
4 years ago, progressive activists stood on my front lawn with the stated goal of intimidating
I was packing a bowl one night.
To defund the police.
Naked.
I said,
I think there were more than one. I think there was more than one person in my apartment at the time.
I grew up
This is when I was in college.
crime neighborhoods. What we wanted was more and better policing, not less.
I think I was standing there packing a bowl, and she's just like sketching away at me.
And prioritize violent crime reduction. I'd been a Democrat my entire life, albeit a conservative one. But when those activists tried to scare my kids, my fellow Democrats were silent. It was Republican.
Has everybody seen the meme where the dude like asked to see a woman's kitty? And then you see like a censored pic and he's like, my God, that's a vagina. I wanted to see your kitty cat.
Affiliation didn't matter. They cared about doing what was right. Today, I'm the proud
Yeah, that's the thing a lot of people don't understand, and like
the largest city in the United States.
The black community is actually pro-police, especially the more conservative of the black community. But they want police to apply the law fairly.
I wanted to say I didn't leave the Democrat Party because they left me first, but the truth is, on matters of public safety, the Democrats were never actually there for me, for Dallas families, or for the American people.
Who was this guy again?
With their words,
I think we covered his turn, didn't we? He's a congressman.
And their inaction. Democrats in power demonstrate they don't care about stopping the killers or the thieves who terrorize black.
I don't think I caught it originally. I was rambling.
They don't care about securing our border. And they don't care about dangerous homeless encampments. No, the heart of today's woke Democrat Party is with the criminals, not with their victims.
I'm sure the Italian community wants the police gone.
At using safe words, but terrible at building safe neighborhoods and safe cities. But there is a better way. Dallas bucked national trends and achieved a remarkable 3 straight.
Oh, fuck the pigs. I mean, I'm down with that. I'm with you, Venus.
Today,
I was just kind of making a mafia joke.
Is America's safest large city, and Republicans lead 11 of the top 15 safest cities. And that's because Republicans won't be silent about public safety. Folks,
lowest crime rate in the history of the
by
country.
supporting Republicans who will stand up and
Right now.
fight for our safety.
Safest time to be alive ever.
That's my focus as chairman of the Republican Mayors Association.
I'm sure you have him, Lord.
And you know what else? Together, let's make America safe again by retiring Joe Biden and electing Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice Presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance? I think he spoke tomorrow. What is this music?
These United States, we're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us.
What is this fucking song?
Build America.
Also, as an Appalachian, J.D. Vance is not one of us. And this is like faux populism.
Who has been cursed?
I guess he's just coming out to his seat. He has like a perch down there. So Vance will come out, then Trump will come out later. Trump's going to be sure to be out here by the time that DeSantis, Marco, Ted Cruz, Nikki Haley speak, isn't he? He's totally going to be sitting right there for them.
Watching valley, who's in charge of it all? God bless the army and God bless our liberty. That comes the rest
Merle.
of it all.
Thank you, DJ Dub.
Position of backing away.
More of a David Allen Coe fan myself. Oh my God, that's the VIP box. Huckabee Sanders, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Eric Trump, Tiffany. Sarah's been working out though. She's toned up.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it the most.
Hey, that's Anna Paulina Luna.
Boys, it ain't no joke. I make 20.
Lee Stefanik.
Coast to coast.
I don't know who that dude was. Did he speak? I think he spoke. I don't even remember who the fuck he was. One dude was a zaddy. He's hot. I'd let him bend me over. The music has been different tonight. More oldies centric.
And pull some of those voters out, get some of those voters onto, the Trump side. It's a little risky, though, for Trump.
What's her?
In this sense.
She has
has some vulnerabilities, in as does Trump.
Tavia fucking Vance or something like that. It was weird.
Vance has been.
It wasn't weird. I shouldn't say weird.
Anti-abortion for a long time, has recently sort of kind of come over to Trump's side. And when I say recently, I mean within the last week or two here, and. That is a risk because we expect that to be a main issue this election cycle. So how Vance is defined.
Michael McDonald looking motherfucker. Non-Anglo, yes. That is the phrase I was looking for. Thank you, clinically.
They never heard of him.
It was non-Anglo.
Know anything about him. So how he's...
It was like Slovenia Vance or something.
And by Democrats in the 4 months here before the November election could really be crucial given how narrow the...
Shit, I could look it up. I got the internet right here in front of me.
2020.
James, what does the J.D. Vance pick tell you about what Donald Trump thinks he needs or
Ursha.
Need right now?
Or Usha Vance.
This isn't someone you pick to win an election. This is someone who's thinking about as a governing partner. In Ohio, Rich Hudson, the head of the NRCC, made that point. The Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee there
Usha
said that
Chillicuri.
Congressional districts.
Usha Chillicuri. Well, she might be Indian.
Lost those districts to Democrat Tim Ryan. He underperformed Donald Trump in Ohio. He obviously has grown. That was a very competitive Republican primary. One of Vance's
raised in San Diego by Indian immigrants. She's 38.
To write Vance.
His mother is a biology and provost at the University of California at San Diego.
Thinking about the future.
Her father is an engineer.
It's really hard to get Vance on the ticket.
He has a master's in philosophy.
It's someone I think Trump believes will be loyal to him. He's sort of a mini-me, as we talked about in last night's show.
Graduated from Yale Law School and is a trial lawyer.
The people who got involved in politics for the first time after Trump came down the golden escalator, and it will just help energize the vote. And if Trump can figure out a way,
I should hit have people got commercials already? If not, I should hit them now.
Since 1972.
Twitch.
If that happens, Vance,
you're gonna get a commercial break now, and hopefully you'll not miss any speaker.
The Blue Wall
so
states.
3 minutes.
Vance,
get them out of the way.
Just bring 0.5% just by spending a ton of time in those states.
M-Lord don't have to go nowhere now. We're so glad to have you.
Half Joe Biden's age. That could make the difference in a close election where really all Trump has to do realistically to win the election.
I turn the ads off usually. Like I'll pop into somebody's room and I'll just not turn the volume up. Like I'll let the ads play and then.
Always so much enthusiasm at a
Because
convention.
most people have pre-roll. Is that what it's called when you get it when you first come in? Most people have that turned on.
This year it's going to be so hard to tease out, I think, what is changing people's perspective if it doesn't.
I kind of like having
incredible string of news from
I like having control of them myself and putting them at a certain time.
Trump's life. Now the convention, the VP pick being unveiled at the
So
convention,
if you,
which is not typical.
my thought process is, if somebody's flipping through on Twitch and they want to give the Troll Patrol a chance,
Is the enthusiasm
it's more likely that they're going to stick with my channel if there's not a commercial playing when they first come in.
Because conventions both
They'll stick around and give me a chance, right?
chamber, right? These are people who are very excited about their party. If you're a delegate, you're a super fan, basically. You're not just
Oh, it's working like
to take a trip. You're someone involved at the state level with politics. So
I'm very appreciative of people that are
that happen here, but how does that translate outside
supportive of the stream, and like
going to have to be introduced to other
it helps me be able to stream more and bring more content. I've had to cut down because I did kind of hurt myself there for a little while in terms of concentrating a little too much on streaming, not enough on like running my business, because unfortunately I don't work a job where I can just go and sit somewhere and be on the clock. I do kind of miss those days. I feel like I worked less then. I actually have to produce things in order to get paid.
I did follow that and covered that Senate race. A lot of
I feel like I make more money that way
about him because he was unknown at the time.
when I'm producing
And what
things.
they did know about him is that he flipped from being a never-Trumper to someone who got Trump's endorsement and kind of rode that wave. That was a tighter race than it was really, calculated to be.
But I don't want to ask too much. Like
campaign-
$5 is the most I'd ever want anybody to spend. Which I mean, I guess it's going up now. It's like $6, isn't it? It's like $5.99 for a sub. Oh God, I meant to remind you guys. If you wanted to sub, I think they go up like
so many people
tomorrow or something. It's like literally in days,
the one name
or it has already happened.
thinking, is there kind of a miscalculation or underestimation?
So if you, it's like $5.99 now. They just went up, and I don't think I'm getting any more of that, which is
happy, right?
shitty on Amazon's part.
About what
And
constituents
not that once again, I've
it's making Donald Trump happy.
had
Speaking of Donald Trump, we
arguments with people about whether streaming is shit.
The bandage on his right ear that
here we go.
He also had last night following Saturday's shooting.
Please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, ideally I'd get 50 cents of that, right, M. Lord? Not doing God Bless the USA? That's what I like about you? They may be giving me a cut. I don't know for sure, M. Lord. I've not received anything that says I'm getting more of a cut. But I could have and not actually looked at it. It's possible. I'm not studious. I feel like he does not need that giant bandage. I like, did he ask for that? See, I don't, M. Lord. I'm horrible with money. Yeah, this is all for show. He'll milk it for all it's worth. He'll still be wearing it when we get to the debate in September or October. There is disputes whether it was a bullet that hit him or just glass. But we have seen the picture of a bullet whizzing by his head. There was significant blood. I knew he'd want to be out here for Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio and
is the man responsible for your family's safety.
Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis.
Terribly. Biden made one of the worst mistakes of any president in history when he told illegals to...
What do you think, Ron DeSantis wants to be Secretary of State?
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border.
And surge they did. 10 million, more than the population of 40 U.S. states. And Biden's open border became an open invitation for violent Venezuelan gang members, sex traffickers, and now confirmed, ISIS terrorists entered through Biden's wide-open southern border, putting America on high alert for an...
He may do him like Mitt Romney.
At great risk.
Make him beg the entire time.
To the border.
But it gets even worse. Biden's incompetence has led to a horrific 300,000 Americans now dead. Not from a nuclear...
What?
But from lethal fentanyl brought in through Biden's wide-open border. And on Biden's watch, enough...
Not really where fentanyl comes from.
...borders to kill every single American. That's...
Did you guys see the story where the head of the police union in California was running fentanyl through the border?
1,000 Americans, including young children.
Battle Opossum. It was not me.
That were killed in World War II.
Good evening. I'm glad Battle Opossum is here. It's time to get high.
The Biden surge has also led to a surge in violent crimes committed by illegal migrants. Horrific crimes. Murders. Gang attacks against our police. Child sex crimes. And the brutal killing of a nursing student on her college campus. Countless families will never forget the pain and tragedy. And America should never forget who was responsible. Joe Biden.
Oh, I should tell that story.
And
for those who are unaware, Battle Opossum is my best friend in the entire world, and I love him.
Safe. And he'll do it again.
And I video chatted him earlier. Smoke a little pot with him.
Please welcome United States Senator Ted Cruz of Texas.
Oh shit! Is he gonna get booed? I'm sorry, I'll have to tell the story later. Boo this man.
God bless Donald J. Trump.
Thank you.
And let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump.
He's liked by MAGA now. They booed him in 2016.
On Saturday as the shot was fired. Together we lift up in prayer all of our leaders for protection. And our prayers are in particular with the family of Fire Chief Corey Comparatore and the others injured on Saturday. Never before.
Yes.
As an election,
he said that Cruz's dad killed Kennedy. It's not true.
Facing an invasion on our southern border. Not figuratively, a literal invasion. 11.5 million people have crossed.
Well, have you seen Ted Cruz's wife?
Under Joe Biden. Look around you. This arena holds about 18,000 souls.
I don't think it does.
Imagine 639 arenas just like this filled to the brim. That is 11.5 million people, larger than all but 8 states in the nation. But the numbers don't show us the true price that our country is paying.
That looks like an 8,000-seat arena.
Americans are dying. Murdered.
DJ Dub says 18,000.
Raped by illegal immigrants that the Democrats have released. Teenage girls and boys wearing colored wristbands are being sold into a life of sex slavery.
What a miss?
This is evil, and it's wrong. And it is happening every damn day. Think of Kate Steinle. She was 32, walking
No, it holds 18.
San Francisco Pier when a bullet tore through her.
Because that's not the main center.
The man who fired
That's not the main arena there. That's not like where the Bucks play, I don't think.
5 times. Every damn day.
Oh no, it is where the Bucks play.
Think of Laken Riley. Just 22 years old, a nursing student with dreams of healing others. She went for a jog and never came home. Her life taken by someone who should have never been here. Every damn day.
I don't know. Ted Cruz is
Beautiful mother of 5.
too sheltered to buy a sex
Murdered
slave.
in suburban Maryland by an illegal immigrant the Democrats released.
Matt Gaetz.
Every damn day. Or Jocelyn Nungaray, only 12 years old. It was just 1 month ago today that she was brutally raped and murdered in Houston by 2 men who were supposed to be detained and monitored, but instead released and allowed to roam free. Every damn day. These aren't just stories or statistics.
But when you get humiliated by Donald Trump,
Friends,
you grow a beard and you get fat.
families don't care about the empty numbers. They care about the empty chairs at the dinner table, about the voices they'll never hear again, about the laughter lost, and about the dreams that will never be fulfilled. I've sat with these families in living rooms where the silence is so loud that it hurts, where photo albums are opened with trembling hands. How did we get here? It happened because Democrats cynically decided they wanted votes from illegals more than they wanted to protect our children. Today, as a result of Joe Biden's presidency, your family is less safe. Your children are less safe. The country is less safe. But here's the good news. We can fix it. And when Donald Trump is president, we will fix it. We know this because he's done it before. I know this because I worked hand in hand with President Trump to secure our border, and we achieved the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. It's real simple. He's done it before, and he'll do it again. So tonight, I speak for Kate and Laken and Rachel. Tonight, I speak for Jocelyn.
Fuck this guy indeed.
Let us go forward together and keep our sacred oath to defend the Constitution and to protect the American people. Let us secure our borders, enforce our laws, protect our children, and restore the future. Because when we do that, when we remember who we are and who we love, and we act to protect them, then and only then will we truly make America great again. Thank you. God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America.
He doesn't look happy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Stickers that make you happy.
Former law enforcement officer Randy Sutton.
Randy fucking. He's mildly amused.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Hello, America. My name is Randy Sutton, a police lieutenant. I was a police officer for 34 years. I was one of the most highly decorated officers in the history of my department. And then I founded the Wounded Blue, an organization dedicated to helping injured and disabled law enforcement officers. I've dedicated my life to law enforcement. And I'm here to tell you one thing, America. Donald Trump is the best friend we will ever have. Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing a plague of crime across America. The endless tsunami of illegal aliens, no consequences for violent crime, the abuse of our criminal justice system. It's all made America more dangerous than ever before. Police are the thin blue line between criminal predators and their victims. Donald Trump and Republicans stand that line with our police. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, well, they stand with the criminals. The last few years have been devastating for our police. The war on cops is very real, and it's getting Americans killed. Last year alone, more than 70,000 law enforcement officers were physically assaulted. They were shot, they were stabbed, they were beaten, they were hit with bricks, and in the last 5 years, 1,834 made the ultimate sacrifice and gave their lives in the line of duty.
More good cops! More good cops!
But all of this will end on the day we elect Donald J. Trump president.
Yeah, what's the bad news? Sounded amazing.
But my friends, it's not just the physical violence. It's the relentless effort to divide the people from the police. This is about the soul of America. Make no mistakes. If the radical left succeeds in defunding and destroying policing,
I don't think humans have a soul.
Break apart.
Let alone America having a soul.
Of our system, law and order.
It's a good show.
Well.
Dun dun. Did NBC pay you to say that?
Amazing. Thank you. But I'm going to tell you.
Tell me.
There's one man that these pro-criminal, anti-police extremists fear most.
The Joker?
And that is the once and future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Close enough. Might as well be. The Joker was a lot cooler. Got a badass Prince soundtrack.
Before I finish my remarks, I want to do one thing, and that is salute our president. America,
he's about to cry.
I make this promise. Our police will never waver from their mission to serve and protect, even at the risk of their own lives. But they need a true leader who will have their backs. Donald
sever and perpetrate.
Trump is that leader. Thank you. May God bless you. May God bless those that walk the line. And may God bless America.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have four of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful.
He doesn't have control over that.
We never want what happened in 2020 to happen.
Elections are locally administered.
Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person.
For those who are unaware, we have a decentralized method of administering our elections, specifically because it makes it a lot harder when, like, each county decides how they're doing shit, and you've got a state election board. It makes it a hell of a lot harder to fucking steal an election.
Vote on election day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive.
That's one of the things that pisses me off, man. It's like, I knew the little old lady down at the courthouse administered elections. She was proud of what she did. She wasn't a partisan. She'd never let anybody steal a fucking election. And you're spitting on her when you're saying this little old lady down at the courthouse.
So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Iowa Attorney General Brenna Byrd.
Brenna.
Good evening, Milwaukee. My name is Brenna Byrd, and I am the Attorney General of the great state of Iowa.
Iowa?
A few years ago, I was a local prosecutor locking up bad guys.
Aren't you famous for Slipknot?
I ran for Attorney General and beat the incumbent Democrat who was first elected when I was just 2 years old. We won because Iowans were ready for an attorney general who would protect them, not the criminals. An attorney general who would stand up to Joe Biden and the radical Democrats. And an attorney general who would defend our constitutional freedoms. But perhaps more than anything, Iowa voters wanted an attorney general who would back the blue. Unfortunately, Democrats like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have made life miserable for law enforcement. They treat police like criminals, and criminals like victims. And tragically, many crime victims feel abandoned by a justice system that doesn't seem to put their interests first. They deserve better than what these defund the police Democrats deliver.
I'm sure they exist on the local level somewhere, Llama.
Believes in handouts, not handcuffs. Democrats like Harris use words like reimagine the police. They're probably imagining more DEI programs for the police.
What?
Harris even said that putting more cops on the street wouldn't make communities safer.
It doesn't.
American families disagree. Never forget, the Democratic Party is the party of defunding the police. They said it, they mean it, and they can't wiggle out of it. Republicans get justice for victims, and we put criminals where they belong, in jail.
She's very proud of herself.
That's why we need to elect President Donald J. Trump. President Trump knows that keeping Americans safe isn't a 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. job. And rank and file cops know that President
She keeps striking poses.
They're back. It touched our hearts when earlier this year, President Trump attended the wake of a fallen New York City police officer. We all owe heroes like Officer Jonathan Diller a debt we can never repay.
HOA Borg Karen.
Trump knows
She's the AG of Iowa.
his gratitude. Joe Biden was also in New York City that day, but instead of honoring our heroes, he attended a glitzy fundraiser with Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. None of them went to pay their respects. That day, we saw Democrat priorities, and we saw Donald Trump's priorities, and we saw that Trump's values are our values. I urge everyone listening to stand with law enforcement and vote to make America safe again. I urge you to vote for Donald Trump on November 5th. Thank you,
No.
and God bless you.
Bah. Casey, did I tell you good evening? If I didn't.
Gentlemen, please welcome former governor of South Carolina.
Oh, shit.
Ambassador to the United Nations.
Here we go.
Nikki Haley.
Good evening, Nimrata. She getting booed.
My fellow Republicans, President Trump asked me to speak to this convention in the name of unity.
She wants to be Secretary of State.
It was a gracious invitation, and I was happy to accept. I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
And she is not going to get a spot in the administration. Her, Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantis,
Our country,
Marco Rubio,
critical moment. We have a choice to make.
not going to be in the administration. If there is one.
I said a
For
vote
the love of God, I hope there's
is a
not.
vote for President Kamala Harris. After seeing the debate, everyone knows it's true. If we have 4 more years of Biden or a single day of Harris, our country will be badly worse off. For the sake of our nation, we have to go with Donald Trump.
Insane.
But there's more to it than that. We should acknowledge that there are some Americans who don't agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. I happen to know some of them. And I want to speak to them tonight. My message to them is simple. You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him.
I agree with him like 0% of the time.
Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree. We agree on keeping America strong.
Is she winning the crowd over?
We agree on keeping America safe. And we agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger.
He likes chicken and waffles.
I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her.
They cheered for her gendering the country as a female.
For those who have some doubts about President Trump, I want to tell you a few things about the Commander-in-Chief I know and worked with. As ambassador to the United Nations, I had a front row seat to his national security policies. We sure could use those again. Think about it. When Barack Obama was president, Vladimir Putin invaded Crimea.
Obama.
With Joe Biden as president, Putin invaded all of Ukraine. But when Donald Trump was president, Putin did nothing. No invasions. No invasions, no wars. That was no accident. Putin didn't attack Ukraine because he knew Donald Trump was tough. A strong president doesn't start wars. A strong president prevents wars.
Joe Biden didn't start no war.
Then look at the Middle East. Every problem in that part of the world can be laid at the feet of Iran. The dictators who chant death to America are the bankrollers and weapons suppliers for Hamas and Hezbollah. They're behind the barbaric massacres and the hostage-taking. Once again, compare Trump and Biden.
I've got to pee so bad.
The insane Iran nuclear deal. He imposed the toughest sanctions ever on Iran. And he eliminated the arch-terrorist Qasem Soleimani.
Now we've got a Smokey wanting to lay in my lap.
To start any wars.
I need to pee.
Trump meant business, and they were afraid. And then there's Joe Biden. He lifted the sanctions. He begged them to get back into the nuclear deal. He surrendered in Afghanistan. He sent every possible sign of weakness. Even now, while Hamas is still holding Americans hostage, Biden is pressuring Israel instead of the terrorists. Between Israel and Hamas, Donald Trump is clear about who is our friend and who is our enemy. Then look at the border. It's the single biggest threat Americans face. Under Joe Biden, migrants are coming into our country by the thousands every day. We have no idea who they are, where they end up, or what they plan to do. And let me remind you, Kamala had one job, and that was to fix the border. Now imagine her in charge of the entire country. Under Donald Trump, we didn't have the border disaster we have today, and we won't when he is president again. I was proud to serve America in President Trump's cabinet, and I'll tell you something you won't hear from the critics. He appreciated advice and input. Americans were well served by his presidency, even if they didn't agree on all things. Now, to my fellow Republicans, we must not only be a unified party, we must also expand our party.
I am rubbing my pussy.
We are so much better when we are bigger. We are stronger when we welcome people into our party who have different backgrounds and experiences. And right now, we need to be strong to save America. This is a defining moment, not only for our party, but for our country. Our fellow Americans are fearful right now. Families are suffering from inflation and wages that don't keep up with prices. Young people are being indoctrinated to think our country is racist and evil. The Jewish community is facing an obscene rise in anti-Semitism. Too many minorities are trapped in communities devastated by crime. Our foreign enemies win when they see Americans hate each other. They see that today.
Yes, today.
Campuses. Or in a field.
The Orange Sea. All it is hate. He was talking about how much he hated immigrants when he got shot at.
Strength and unity. No president can fix all of our problems alone. We have to do this together. America has an amazing ability to self-correct. In this moment, we have a chance to put aside our differences and focus on what unites us and strengthens our country. Let us join together as a party. Let us come together as a people.
Welcome in.
One country, strong and proud. Let us show our children and the world that even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America. God bless you. Thank you. God bless the United States of America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
Meatball Ron! So glad to see you groveling.
My fellow Republicans, let's send Joe Biden back to his basement and let's send Donald Trump back back to the White House. Life was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
I don't think I've seen this motherfucker since he dropped out.
The Trump administration, and our country was respected when Donald Trump was our commander-in-chief. Joe Biden has failed this nation. As a veteran, I was appalled when 13 of our service members were killed in Afghanistan.
Yeah, we played that. I'll play it here in a second.
Joe Biden's dereliction of duty. As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief.
Those are my work hours.
24 hours a day and 7 days a week.
More like noon to 6.
Cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency. But let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Biden is just a figurehead. He's a tool for imposing a leftist agenda on the American people. They support open borders, allowing millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into our country and to burden our communities, but just don't send any to Martha's Vineyard, then they get really upset.
Left hates Joe Biden. Stop associating us with him.
They have unleashed progressive prosecutors across our nation who care more about coddling criminals than about protecting their own communities.
Oh, you'd rather torture them, wouldn't you, Ron?
To impose their will on us without our consent, and they weaponize political power to target their political opponents like they've done to our own nominee. They want to ban gas automobiles, eliminate Second Amendment rights, and impose gender ideology on everyone from our infantrymen to kindergartners. They stand for DEI, which really means division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and it is wrong.
How long did it take to come up with that? Or did you just steal it from some radio talk show host?
They mandated that you show proof of a COVID vaccine to go to a restaurant, but they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote.
Brother, you gotta have a voter registration to cast a vote.
They can't even define what a woman is.
It is.
Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America. Donald Trump has
someone
been
with predominantly feminine traits.
Sued. He's been prosecuted.
Accept your challenge.
And he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down.
Igloo, good evening. I'll give Igloo a shout out.
It is the values of this Republican Party
to follow my man.
Our nation's founding principles. We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate.
They do.
For parents' rights, including universal school choice. We support law and order, not rioting and disorder. We seek a strong, focused United States military, not one distracted by a social agenda. We reject entrenched political class, and we demand term limits for members of Congress.
That's not a bad idea.
We stand for fiscal sanity, for low taxes, and for reduced debt.
The only one.
We seek to reclaim the constitutional government as envisioned by our founding fathers by bringing the administrative state to heel once and for all. We believe that you must be a citizen in order to vote, and that photo ID should be required before casting a ballot. We stand for strong borders and believe that our nation must have a shared civic culture, and we oppose any immigration that stands apart or in contrast to our American values. We believe in the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence that our rights come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of the Almighty, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, none of this is easy, but it can be done. For decades, my home state saw elections determined by razor-thin margins. Today, due to bold leadership, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. The left is in retreat. Freedom reigns supreme. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state.
Yes, because freedom is when you have one-party control.
Up yours, woke boys. We'll see who cancels who.
Now, electing Donald Trump gives us the chance to do this all across America. And we have a responsibility to step up and make it happen. We have a responsibility.
It's right-wing speak, Battle Opossum.
What George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. This was
Kelly,
a fire
good
that
evening.
burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to establish this nation. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall in 1987, when our nation's 40th president stood in front of that wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall."
I don't think he was standing in front of it when he said it. Am I wrong about that?
This is not a responsibility we should fear. It's a responsibility we should welcome. After all, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Let's make the 45th President of the United States the 47th President of the United States. Let's elect Republicans up and down the ballot.
Like, he gave a speech there, but I don't think that's where he said
nominee
the wall part.
Fight for these United States. Thank you. God bless you. Let's win in November. Thank you so much.
No, apparently it was at the Brandenburg Gate.
You know who
oh shit! It's Presidio Blow.
America needs saving. America needs saving. We voted Trump, baby.
Trump, baby.
November 5th, we going crazy. Red pill pop this, swerving in the Trump. Republican 4G, Antifa knows what's up. Red, white, and blue, mega nation, throw it up. Black, white, and brown, all that over Trump. Democrat Party gon' take your freedom. Indicting our president cause they can't beat it. It's a two-tier justice system. Put America first, we the big. FJB,
this is great.
FJB. Let's go, Brandon, sing we voting Donald Trump, baby.
What's MJB mean?
Needs saving. America needs saving. We voted Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy. Now I pledge allegiance to vote for Trump. There's a red wave coming, you gon' surf for what?
One of the cats has opened the door over there.
Throw the key away. Your propaganda ain't gonna work on me.
I'm gonna make more coffee. Also, it's way too bright in here.
Period. Sleepy Joe is a fraud.
There we go.
The media is the enemy of the people. The Democrats and the fake news always cheat. FJB.
I'm amazed they opened, which I probably just didn't close it.
Let's go, Brandon.
I would assume. I don't think they grabbed the doorknob.
America needs saving. America needs saving. We voted Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Eric Schmitt of Missouri.
Missouri, this isn't Holly. Who? Eric Schmitt.
Milwaukee. Hello, America.
I'm confused.
Schmitt from the great state of Missouri.
I've never heard of him. When the fuck did you win election?
It's not lost on me how unlikely my presence is on this stage. As the grandson of a butcher, the son of a man who worked 7 days a week in the midnight shift, my blue-collar roots run deep. And I'm proud the Republican Party is the
in
party
2022.
of families.
I guess we just didn't pay attention to it because it was Missouri.
Missouri is home to cities named Liberty and Independence, and towns
Eric Schmitt
called Freedom and Defiance. So it should come as no surprise that we are sick and tired of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
I believe yes.
And I am here with a simple message. Enough is enough. We're ready to take our country back. Under Joe Biden,
No, I think that might be a different Eric Schmitt.
has disintegrated. Crime is rampant. Our
Not the former CEO of Google.
and our brave law enforcement officers are constantly being vilified. He stood idly by as liberal DAs and mayors pushed to defund the police agenda and empowered criminals, all while endangering law-abiding citizens.
You're empowering criminals.
Shares in these failures. She campaigned as a progressive prosecutor and even called for us to reimagine public safety. Americans don't need to reimagine safety. We know exactly what safe communities look like.
You're making a criminal the fucking
weakness
Republican nominee for president
of the Biden
empowering criminals.
Has made us less safe.
What this entire convention is.
Opened our border to terrorists, to criminals. They allowed drug cartels to flood our communities with Chinese fentanyl.
There were like 3 that cut funding and then like the next year increased it.
It doesn't have to be this.
It was so fucking rare.
As Missouri's former attorney general, I went toe-to-toe with the radical defund the police crowd and had the backs of our men and women in blue.
I call them thugs.
When Soros-backed officials refused to prosecute violent
Blue thugs.
I stepped in and put those dangerous felons behind bars. And I know President Trump will do the same. He'll restore law and order. He'll unapologetically back the blue.
You guys boring.
President Trump will secure the border once and for all.
Why is it not Josh Hawley? Why is it this motherfucker?
I believe in an America where our best days are ahead of us. I believe in an America where moms and dads can raise their kids in safe communities. And I believe in an America.
You believe in fantasy land.
Not defund the police. President Trump will make that dream a reality. And that's why we need him back in the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, a vote for President Trump is a vote.
Everybody really salty about the Teamster president.
Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States.
Sean O'Brien not doing himself any favors last night. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Gentlemen, please welcome United States
Tom Cotton.
Cotton of Arkansas.
It's not like the Republican voters know how government works. I feel like they know this.
two stories about immigration and two presidents. Manuel was a house painter in Arkansas and a green card holder from Mexico. He couldn't vote in 2020 yet, but his family could. Manuel proudly told his contractor that they had just cast their first votes for president. For whom? Donald Trump, of course. When asked why, Manuel gestured to the parking lot.
Because he's Catholic.
Responded, "Have you seen my new pickup? And did you know that my brother and sister both have full-time jobs? With Trump, we've had more work than ever. Things are good."
What industry were they in?
Manuel became a citizen last year, and he's excited to vote for the first time for Donald Trump. By contrast, after Joe Biden and the border czar, Kamala Harris, reversed President Trump's immigration policies and welcomed a third world invasion, I trekked to our border. What did I see? The body of a migrant drowned in the Rio.
Do not come, we're edging.
Human traffickers on the southern bank taunting the Border Patrol.
As if anybody could have a hard-on with Tom Cotton on their screen.
I asked them why they came. None said persecution.
Ladies or vagina havers in the chat, are you wet?
Because they could get in.
Did this man make you wet?
Another answered with one simple word.
Could he make you wet? I want to know.
The next day was full of these migrants. And you, all of you, paid for their tickets.
Try as the Sahara. That's what I figured.
That's our choice. A secure border and an immigration system that works for all of our citizens, whether your ancestors bled with George Washington, or like Manuel in Arkansas, you just took the oath of citizenship, or Joe Biden's chaos.
Manuel is his Mexican friend.
Donald Trump said, you can't have a nation without borders.
Probably doesn't exist.
Those borders.
We're gonna find out tomorrow on like NPR.
Joe Biden.
That Manuel like isn't he like
Donald
voted for Joe Biden or some shit. And, like
again.
Tom Cotton made all this shit up.
Donald Trump banned travel to America from terrorist-infested countries. Joe Biden allowed ISIS to smuggle terrorists in.
Terrorist-infested countries.
Donald Trump will protect
like
America
what?
Once again.
Where? I like the yellow lighting on the stage, the podium.
Must stand on their own 2 feet.
It looks really nice.
Of American immigration. Joe Biden gave migrants welfare, free hotels, and more. Donald Trump will stop migrant welfare once again.
Why do you get the senator from Missouri to talk about fucking immigration?
Joe Biden created an app to let illegals schedule.
Is there a more middle of the fucking country state in the country?
Donald Trump will stop this migrant
the Missouri
once again. Donald Trump cracked down on hiring illegals. Joe Biden let illegals take American jobs.
Pretty mid.
Donald Trump
in more ways than one.
America's workers once again. So what choice will we make? Will we choose Joe Biden?
Well, here's it like
amnesty and
there are programs to give immigrants money, food, clothing, and shit.
We'll choose
shelter.
And his record of security.
Because our immigration laws make it to where they can't work while they're here until they've gotten to a certain point in the immigration system, which is severely backed up.
but everything has gone to hell under Joe Biden. But this Biden chaos will end soon, because it's time for us.
I'm making more coffee. I'll be right back.
To secure our border and to make America great again. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael Coyle from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Who? Who's this dude?
Good evening, Milwaukee. My name is Michael Coyle. I'm from Philadelphia, in an area of Kensington.
He's from
one of the
Philly.
worst neighborhoods in America. Kensington has long struggled, but in the last few years, things have gotten much worse. Our streets are plagued by drugs. You'll find human feces in front of your business or someone lying dead on your front steps. Politicians say nice things or clean up the streets for a couple weeks in an election year, or when someone famous visits, or even when there's bad news. But as soon as the politicians are no longer afraid for their jobs, we are no longer afraid for our lives. Our children grow up seeing this, thinking it's normal. But there is nothing normal about this. This should not be the norm happening in the richest nation on earth. As a dad and small business owner, I had to do something. I started a nonprofit to improve the neighborhood I love and shared videos online of the horror we live with. In just one day, in one park, where our kids passed to reach the public library, we picked up over 1,000 needles. 1,000. This is unacceptable. Philadelphia is not just my home, but the birthplace of the nation, where our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. This is not a tragedy for just my city, but for our nation. My city and all cities deserve better. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the ones who opened our southern border and allowed Chinese fentanyl to pour in unconditionally. And life is only getting worse. Philadelphians aren't dying off fentanyl. They are dying off fentanyl as well. They are now using something called tranq, which is literally rots the flesh of the users. Do you know what the smell of rotting flesh smells like?
Yeah,
People of my
actually.
city do. In Donald Trump, I see a leader who will end the urban nightmare.
Don't ask me how.
I ask you to join me in supporting him this fall, because a vote for President Trump is a vote to restore our cities and to make America safe again.
By restore the cities, you don't mean making them walkable and shit, do you?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Aaron Coper from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Who the fuck is Aaron Coper? All right, if you're... Oh, hey, Aaron. How are you? If you're watching on Twitch, I'm sorry you're not going to get to see Aaron.
Good evening.
I'm going to give you a commercial break.
Aaron Coper. I'm a grassroots organizer,
Media Winch,
Republican woman, and a longtime resident of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You got spunk.
I'm here to urge Americans to re-elect President Trump and make America safe again.
Look at all them drugs.
But I'm also here with a warning, because in recent years, I've had a front row seat.
I need to get more high. Media Winch. We get more high.
And their soft on crime policies. Democrat Mayor Ed Gainey, Congresswoman Summer Lee, and especially socialist county executives Sarah Innamorato have demoralized and disrespected our police.
She's wild.
Criminals into our communities. The Pittsburgh Police Department has shrunk from 991 officers in 2020 to 750 at the end of last year. Response times are soaring.
Oh, she's prettier than Amy Schumer. Come on.
Got mugged at gunpoint and raced to a police station, but no one was there to help. The Democrats have given Pittsburgh defund the police on steroids. The result is crime and chaos. There were 122 murders in my county in 2022.
Crime rates
one of the deadliest years on record. Drug deaths
are lower now
record highs. But statistics
than they have ever been.
Tell the full story. I've been chased by drug dealers on my own street. I've seen filthy tent cities pop up on my block. I've talked to business owners who find human waste, used needles, and shell casings outside their shops. I've
shit blood and cum on my hands.
Fear as a woman when I'm alone.
I don't know why that made me think of that.
Or on the street. What the Democrats did to San Francisco, they're doing to my city. But law-abiding citizens are fighting back.
Walter, they absolutely are, my man.
I saw this when Pittsburgh Republicans, independents,
Crime rates are at historically low levels.
together to beat Soros prosecutor.
You just listen to propaganda.
It can happen again this November. If we stand together, we will beat the soft-on-crime Democrats and make our streets safe again. We can re-elect President Trump, and we can save our cities. Thank you.
Thank you. This is wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American mom and funder.
She's an American mom. She's an American mom. She's coming to your town. Did they even say her name? This random white lady.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Ann Fundner, and I am the wife and mother of 4 children. I'm standing here today to share this.
Walter, look up NYC. The NYCP or the NYPD statistics say crime is at historical lows.
My Weston.
Look up all those. Look up LA.
Southern California, when President Biden took office and opened our borders.
I feel like I know her.
Weston was 15. He was an amazing big brother to his 3 younger siblings. Weston attended
I love how Washington Post is just calling her mother.
football and hockey, and he loved.
She's just a mother.
He had a big heart, and he lived to make people laugh. He had so many good friends. And I was always vigilant to be the best mother that I could be. I was room mom, school ambassador, and I attended all of his sports. We had family dinners.
I know where I know her from. Fox News.
Like most teenagers, Weston wanted to fit in. And in a moment of peer pressure, he tried something.
Who am I giving a chance? Also, good evening, Tex.
Took my baby's life.
Good evening, Walter.
We did everything right. I had those conversations with him, and fentanyl still found my son.
Well, now we know M. Lord's type.
7th,
Oh, shit.
2022, our lives were shattered, and our baby was gone. This was not an overdose.
I don't give a shit if they aren't reported in federal numbers, Walter. Go look up the NYPD statistics.
for him.
They're historical lows.
And Joe.
All over the country, crime is at historical low. I promise you. Don't give me shit that they're not reporting it.
Borders are. What a
Go look up the individual cities. Look at the data yourself. Don't come in here and be a dumbass, please.
responsible for the death of my son.
We're trying to listen to generic blonde lady. Sorry you lost your... What, he was doing fentanyl? Seems a little young.
Thank you.
Yeah, red states have higher crime rates than blue states.
Thank you.
Fact.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, cheers, media winch.
Thank you. And the tens of thousands of American innocent children.
You're telling me they're not reporting federal numbers. I'm telling you to go look at their numbers. The fuck, like the NYPD doesn't know how many murders there were. You're stupid, man. I hate to say it, but that's just like, you know, cope, as the kids call it.
Yes. Joe must go. Yes, he must. Joe must go. Absolutely. We have seen the highest number of fentanyl deaths during the Biden-Harris administration, and fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans ages 18 to 45, and it is quickly becoming the leading cause of death for teens, with 14 and under being the fastest growing demographic. We need President Trump back in office. We need a president who will seal the border, aggressively prosecute drug dealers.
Why are you telling me you don't trust NYPD numbers?
Poisoning our children.
You're just coping.
This is not a red or blue issue.
You want to believe something that's not true, and you've got no data to support your assertion.
If you're black or white, it does not discriminate. This is an
Facts don't care about your feelings.
We need a president who will call the drug cartels what they are: terrorist organizations.
But Pfizer, the Sackler family, they are indeed criminal organizations.
It's not for me. My son is gone. This fight is for your children. We owe it to our children to elect a president who will win the war against fentanyl once and for all. It's too late for my son, Weston. Say his name, Joe Biden. Weston. Thank you.
I don't even know who you are.
Thank you.
Well, then who do you trust? If I'm telling you that cops are reporting this,
For your children.
you're telling me where do you get your numbers from?
Back to save the lives of our kids.
How can you tell me that crime is up
God bless America.
if you're not telling me what what reporting organization are you going to accept if the cops don't know what the crime is? You're telling me the NYPD, which endorses Trump, or at least the police union does. You're telling me they're lying to help Joe Biden somehow? It's stupid.
Last year, we lost my beloved sister, Rachel. She went for a walk in one of our family's favorite places. This beautiful trail was to us a safe place where we pushed our babies in strollers, where we walked together as a family.
This is Michael Morin.
Got married near what would later become the spot where my sister's body was found. Rachel, a joyful, accomplished athlete and mother of 5,
what up, DJT?
Was raped and murdered by a suspected illegal immigrant. This was described as among the most brutal, and violent offenses that has ever occurred in Harford County, Maryland history. Open borders are often portrayed as compassionate and virtuous.
Brother, we don't have an open border.
Passionate about allowing violent criminals into our country and robbing children of their mother. My sister's death was preventable. The monster arrested for killing Rachel entered the U.S. unlawfully after killing a woman in El Salvador. Joe Biden and his designate
Joe Biden trucked him up
Kamala Harris
through Central America.
Orders to him and others like him, empowering them to victimize the innocent.
The border is not open.
To this day,
the southern border is one of the most militarized borders
Kamala Harris
in the world. Far from open.
They never apologized. But when Rachel was killed, President Trump called my family to offer his condolences.
Oh yeah, but this is supposed to be about unity. Bringing the country together.
He wanted to meet with us. He cared. That is leadership.
Well, drugs flow through
leadership back in the White House.
Legal ports.
What has gotten us through this unthinkable loss?
Walter, I assure you, you just believe fucking nonsense. Like right-wing media pumps you full of fear and hate and demagoguery. That's all they do.
As the murder of my sister was.
Just like this. That's exactly what we're watching.
We'll find Jesus Christ.
Mitochondria, I'm sorry, we got about another 40 minutes.
For all the affected by senseless tragedy, I pray for peace, knowing that all things work together for good, to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose.
We've still got Ron DeSantis to come. I feel like there's somebody else. It might be Marco Rubio tonight.
For safety and justice, for innocent people. I pray that we make our country safe and secure in the memory of my sister Rachel, who loved life.
We already saw Ron DeSantis, didn't we? Yeah, we saw Ron DeSantis. No more violence. What the fuck are you talking about?
Welcome, Madeline Brain from New York.
I'm a pacifist, or as close to a pacifist as you can get. What up, Madeline?
Good evening, everyone. My son, Sergeant Hassan Korea, an Afghanistan War retired veteran. He received enemy fire from the Taliban, only to be murdered with a knife on the streets of New York City. The 4 assailants responsible for his death initially were facing justice, but that changed when District Attorney Alvin Bragg was elected.
You're telling me they let a murderer off? I kind of doubt that. OMG, good evening.
2 of the homicidal maniacs responsible for my son's death had their gang assault and murder charges completely dismissed.
So maybe they weren't involved and there was...
Received 14 months time served. Alvin Bragg charged her with assault with a shoe. And another one was sentenced to 7 years. I later learned that Alvin Bragg often dismisses and reduces dangerous criminals.
That's all prosecutors.
The jails and return violent felons onto our streets every day.
7 years is not emptying the jails.
Justice was devastating for me and my family. I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain.
So what she's saying is one person
across
this is Silk. Diamond died.
Have to live with.
Maybe this is Diamond and Silk died.
So I decided to use the voice.
So, yeah, it sounds like justice system worked. One person was convicted of the murder.
Voiceless across America.
Another one got 7 years for being an accomplice, and another one got 14 months for beating him with a shoe. And we don't know what he did. Maybe he assaulted them.
And we need accountability for prosecutors who fail in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Fox in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones.
That's not true.
Poor and
crime is at historically low levels.
And who else
all over the country
is sick and tired of being sick and tired? The Democratic Party, that poor minorities have been.
Okay, so 2 are doing 20 to life, 25 to life.
All right?
Thank you, OMG.
They betrayed us. They stabbed us in.
She left that out.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America.
America!
But mine eyes have been opened.
Don't forget, if everybody stays behaved, you're gonna get a car chase.
So many other poor minorities across America. Donald Trump shares our values.
Walter, what are you calling government propaganda? What government propaganda am I eating up?
He's been a victim of the same corrupt system that I have been and my family has been. He is committed to providing economic opportunities, helping those.
Yes, you are one of the most propagandized people in the world.
Programs. Rolling back deadly bail reform policies that are getting our children killed every single day. And supporting our police.
You're in here talking about propaganda when you believe crime is sky high when it's really at historical lows because you watch media that lies to you. Oh, I mean, what does transitory inflation mean? Just a transition period until we get lower inflation, like what actually happened? Is that what you're talking about?
Black to blue. Trump was right when he said, they're after us. He's just standing in the way.
Brother, right-wingers are morons.
And guess what? He always will. That's why I'm standing with him today. Let's make America safe again.
Really, OMG? That explains it. The cops were derelict.
Trump. Thank you.
What does the word transitory mean, Walter? Uh-oh, are you ready for Sarah Huckabee Sanders?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
No, we are not. Who am I supposed to be respecting, Tex? Also, did I tell you good evening? Good evening, my friend. Tex.
What a powerful story.
Love you. Glad you're here.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
She's on Ozempic.
And before I get started, I want to say I've always been proud to stand with President Trump, but never have I been more proud than to stand with him right now, tonight.
I'm just saying, if I saw like a MILF porno with Sarah Huckabee Sanders, I'd probably click on it.
Not even an assassin's bullet could stop him. God
Sorry.
Because America
I'm
is
freaky.
one nation under God, and he is certainly not finished with President Trump.
Walter, whose numbers am I supposed to trust? Am I supposed to just trust your feelings?
And our country is better for it. I am here tonight as America's youngest governor, the first.
If no one is aware, the shooter was a right-winger.
The first
classmates have come out and confirmed
to
that.
lead the great state of Arkansas. And most importantly, a mom to 3 amazing kids. Scarlett Huck.
Her brother killed her? DJ Dub.
When I was President Trump's White House press secretary, the best job. I got the chance to take my 4-year-old son, Huck, to bring your kid to work day. Much like Jill now drags Joe to bring your husband to work day.
Come on, man.
And while I was briefing the president on the upcoming event in the Oval Office, all of the kids who were attending that day gathered in the Rose Garden, getting ready to meet him. And we were walking out onto that beautiful, perfect colonnade. And I saw out of the corner of my eye that my son Huck was running full speed directly at the President of the United States. Being the gracious person he is, President Trump bent down to give him a big hug. And right in front of everyone, Huck sidestepped the president, completely ignoring him in front of everyone, and ran straight into my arms.
He probably didn't like that story.
The most powerful man in the world had nothing on his mom.
You can't get up there and tell that on Trump.
But because he's the amazing man he is, President Trump didn't mind at all. After all, he's a dad to 5 unbelievable kids and a grandfather to 10.
He probably didn't want to touch your dirty ass kid anyway. He's probably relieved the kid wanted nothing to do with him. Oh, thank God. I didn't have to play with this stupid kid.
While that story is certainly a special memory for my family, it's an even greater reminder why I support President Trump. Not for me, not for him, but for my kids and for yours. Under President Trump, America was safer. The world was safer, and it felt like the next generation would have a chance at the American dream. President Trump did the job that Kamala won't and Joe Biden simply can't. When we're honest, every American knows that we were so much better off under President Trump. So tonight, I don't want to just speak about President Trump's successful policies. While there are many, I want to talk about the man that I know. When the president hired me, I was the first mom and only the third woman to ever serve as the White House press secretary.
He had policies?
And in that role, I endured relentless attacks from the left. I was insulted as a guest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
You weren't! She complimented your smoky eye!
Service and kicked out of a restaurant. And a parent at my 3-year-old son's preschool spit on my car.
You ever think that maybe you suck?
In those moments, it was President Trump who defended me. And when an MSNBC host, the author of several books on empowering women, said I was unfit to be a mother, and another MSNBC host said I was vile.
You're kind of vile.
And that I should be choked. MSNBC, again, did nothing. But our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, Sarah, you're smart.
Sarah has a scandal brewing.
Tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job. Never let them stop fighting.
She been committing some fraud on the state level.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
I mean, she is vile. I don't know, saying like she's not fit to be a mother. That's kind of beyond the pale. But I kind of feel like that's not what was said.
That's the Donald Trump that I know. And that's the Donald J. Trump I will always respect.
And it was a shitty podium, too.
The left doesn't care about empowering women. Biden and Harris can't even tell you what a woman is. They only care about empowering.
Woman is someone with predominantly feminine traits.
We have a president who believes in empowering every American and that our country is worth fighting for.
What do you want me to stop, Tex?
For the last 4 years, Republican governors.
I'm going to roast the Democrats just as much in, is it 3 weeks?
We've deployed the national.
When we do the DNC.
We've cracked down on crime and drugs. We cut taxes to give hard.
That's my brand.
From Bidenflation.
The Troll Patrol.
We empowered parents with universal school choice across the
I'm rife, rude, and crude.
Donald Trump was the very first president in my lifetime to take a hard line against China, and I'm proud to be the first and only governor in the country to kick communist China off our farmland and out of my state.
We like Tex. Now we do need to stop China from buying up real estate. That's not smart. But not because they're Chinese. We just need to stop. We need to stop investment firms from buying up real estate too. They should be for the people.
President Trump is a leader, and he's the leader our country needs. And if ever there was,
it has nothing to do with any kind of xenophobia towards Chinese people.
We saw just how tough, resilient, courageous, and daring this man is, and we can't get him back in the White House fast enough.
And when you say own, it's some sort of like they own a share in some fucking equity firm or some shit, right? They're an investor in blah, blah, blah conglomerate group.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not called to stand still in the face of great danger. You and I were put on this earth at a moment in time to charge boldly ahead. We cannot know what the future holds, but we know damn sure who holds the future in his hands. God spared President Trump from
I don't think so, Winch. I think we got a couple more to go.
Finished with him yet.
Well, Marco may be coming, I think.
And he most certainly is not finished with America yet either. With God as our guide and President Trump back in the White House, we will show the world that America is the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, let us not leave here just excited about a great few days, but let us leave here energized and committed to making sure that we protect our freedom and we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation, because America is the greatest country that
You're the totalitarian party.
Our kids and our grandkids deserve to enjoy it the way each of us did. And we will with President Trump back in the White House. Thank you so much. God bless the great state of Arkansas and the amazing United States of America. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former United States Secretary of Housing and Urban Development.
Oh, Ben Carson. I forgot about Ben Carson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, Sarah Huckabee always says to me, I hate to follow you. But I think she turned the table on me tonight. I want to thank you all for being here and for
God, you're horrible.
Like many of you last week, I watched with horror as the events unfolded in that Pennsylvania field. I saw President Trump.
He makes me wish Herman Cain was still alive. You guys remember Herman Cain?
Immediately turned to the book of Isaiah that says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper.
Oh my God.
Well, let me
Who's Uzbekistan?
First they tried to ruin his reputation, and he's more popular now than ever.
It's the meme.
And then they tried to bankrupt him, and he's got more money now than he had before.
Oh, that's a different Bible verse. I'm sorry.
And then they tried to put him in prison, and he's freer and has made.
He was doing the other one, wasn't he?
And then last weekend they tried to kill him, and there he is over there, alive and well.
God damn it! That's how I know there's no God.
You know, I have no doubt that God lowered a shield of protection over President Trump. And I join millions of Americans.
There's some kind of voodoo or magic around him. I can't explain. How does he keep getting out of everything?
Protection. You know, our hearts.
Teflon Don indeed. What the fuck?
Let's also pray for them and their families. These events have brought unusual clarity to the times we are living in. We have all harbored the nagging feeling that everything we love is slipping away. All you have to do is turn on the television. The free press, a pillar of any free society, has abused the public trust and resorted to lies, deception.
God's gay, homie. God's gay.
They divide us along lines of race, class, and gender, rather than uniting us around our shared bond as Americans. Our government has been no better, shredding our Constitution and upending the rule of law.
The fucker.
We have a wide open border, a broken education system, and chaos breaking out around the world. And on top of it all, we have a president who, well, if you can't say anything good, don't say anything at all. But ask anyone around the world,
you're a dipshit.
Be an American. Most will tell you that it means unlimited opportunity. That where you begin in life doesn't dictate where you will end. That's the America I grew up in. In no other country could a poor inner city kid raised by a single mom make it to an Ivy League school, then to medical school, become a successful neurosurgeon, run for president, and eventually become a...
I love that fucking stage. It's so cool. That setup specifically.
You know, and as a member of his cabinet, I had a chance to work closely with him. And I got to tell you, this is a man who is a gift to us as a nation. He is very gifted. He is very smart. He is very compassionate. He cares about people.
None of those things are true.
I met him, it was before either of us.
May God strike you down.
And we were at Mar-a-Lago, and someone came up to him and said, Mr. Trump, Rod Stewart just walked in. And he said, I don't care. This is Ben Carson.
Is Rod Stewart supposed to be impressive?
I feel blessed that I've been able to live the American dream. But my story,
I'd be like, so?
Moving further out of reach in America today. The lessons my mother taught me, like hard work and the value of well-rounded, patriotic education.
Be here tomorrow night, Walter.
God above all else, are being forced out of the public square. But we're all here.
You can go ahead and like the stream and everything, get a notification. Don't forget to like the stream for me, Walter. Help me get noticed.
We live in a country where the people rule.
Come back and leave some comments tomorrow. Argue with people in the chat.
The kind of men and women that will lead us. And today the choice could not be more clear. The most
15 years ago
in the Bible is this: do not be afraid or fear not.
15 years ago, media went, try like 26 years ago.
A reminder to live each day with faith, hope, and joy.
We old.
As joyful warriors for Christ. And when God is with us, nobody can stand against us. With this assurance from
That's what the Nazis said.
Even the face of evil itself cannot shake our resolve. We will keep fighting.
Don't leave us, Walter. We got C-SPAN calls coming up. Stay for C-SPAN calls. You know you wanna.
And re-elect President Trump together with
and a car chase.
Advance this November. And I want you to remember this. In 1831, Alexis de Tocqueville came to America to study our nation because the Europeans were fascinated. They wanted to know.
And an animal video. I don't let you go without an animal video.
Already compete with them on virtually every level. So he looked at our.
You need aftercare.
Impressed by our checks and balances and separation of powers. And then he looked at our business environment. He was duly impressed by how we encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. And he looked at our education.
Duly impressed.
And he was blown away by the fact that he could find a mountain man in the middle of the woods who could read, who could tell him about the Declaration of Independence. But the thing that impressed him the most was when he went to our churches and he heard those inspirational sermons that inspired a ragtag bunch of militiamen to defeat the most powerful army in the world and gave people a moral basis. And he concluded his 2-volume set, Democracy in America, with these words.
I'm spaced out. I don't know what's going on.
Because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be,
I don't think it's going to be any of these fucks, Mox.
It is our job to make America good, and let's do this by re-electing.
It's going to be a bunch of 20-something-year-olds handpicked by the Heritage Foundation.
Ladies and gentlemen,
extremely loyal to
United
Trump.
States Senator of Florida, Marco Rubio.
Yeah, this is your main event speaker. Probably. I don't know. They might have somebody else.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Margo.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't say polo. Don't say polo.
Oh, he's done that before.
Thank you. The last few days remind us that the life of every living thing,
oh, we got Laura Trump tonight,
of all mankind, is in the hands of God.
Yeah, we got one more.
We were brought to the precipice of the abyss.
Precipice of the abyss.
Reminded of what truly matters in our lives and in our country.
He nailed it, though.
This thing we do called politics, it matters. It's not unimportant. But it is our people who must always...
They went over a little bit last night.
We do.
They did like 5, 7, 8 minutes.
By giving voice...
They don't have a heart out.
Everyday Americans. President Trump has not just transformed our party. He has inspired a movement. A movement of the people who grow our food and drive our trucks, the people who make our cars and build our homes, the people whose taxes fund our government, and whose children fight our wars.
I like Laura Trump better than Marco.
Cory Comparatori. He was
Laura Trump's probably the smartest one in the family.
A loving husband. He was described as the best dad a girl could ever ask for. As a man of God who loved Jesus fiercely and looked after members of his church. Cory was one of the millions of everyday Americans who make our country great. He wasn't rich. He wasn't famous.
No, I don't think any of these fucks are getting anything.
Why we know his name and story now is because last Saturday
they're gonna be people we've never fucking heard of.
His wife and daughter from an assassin's bullet.
Gonna be young, impressionable, eager,
a hero,
stupid. On the payroll of the Heritage Foundation, the Federalist Society. Joe Biden has mentioned the victim multiple times and Trump hasn't.
For those still wondering who are in the press and many watching at home, these are the Americans who wear the red hats and wait for hours under a blazing sun to hear Trump speak. And what they want, what they ask for, it is not hateful or extreme. What they want is good jobs and lower prices. They want borders that are secure, and for those who come here to do so legally. They want to be safe from criminals and from terrorists.
Red hats under white hoods.
And they want for our leaders to care more about our problems here at home than about the problems of other countries far away. There is absolutely nothing dangerous or anything divisive about putting Americans first. Those who are offended, anyone who is offended about putting America first has forgotten what American is and what American means. American isn't the color of our skin.
Totally divisive.
Or our ethnicity. Americans are people as diverse as humanity itself. But out of many, we are one. Because as the life story of our next Vice President, J.D. Vance, reminds us, we are all descendants of ordinary people who achieved...
Just Hispanic, right?
Who do we come from? We come from pioneers who ventured west to chase their dreams, and slaves who overcame bondage to claim their right to the promise of America. We come from exiles who fled tyranny in search of freedom.
Here, Mox, and
of immigrants.
I'm gonna correct your statement.
All they had and knew, because they could not be or achieve
Make it
God's
one
purpose
slight
for their
change to it.
in the nation of their birth. That is an American. And putting Americans first must be what this election.
If you know, you know.
When President Trump was in the White House, Americans had more money and lower prices. Our borders were secure and our laws were enforced. Iran was broke, the Taliban stopped killing Americans, and Putin didn't invade anyone.
Oh no, I think he invaded Trump's colon.
High prices,
but we'll never know what happened in that room, will we?
And drugs are allowed to flood into our country and terrorize our people. And Iran has money to support terrorists. The Taliban humiliated us in Afghanistan, and not one, but two major wars have broken out. My fellow Americans, the only way to make America wealthy and safe and strong again is to make Donald J. Trump our president again.
I always advocate pulling out. Be like, dude, I got her pregnant. Like, why the fuck did you not pull out? Come on your titties, face, asshole.
Our country has been injured.
In the mouth.
The bad decisions of weak leaders. But now, though bloodied by our wounds, we must stand up and we must fight. Fight not with violence or destruction, but with our voices and our votes. Fight not against each other, but for the hopes and dreams we share in common and make us one. And fight for an America where we are safe from those who seek to harm us.
He won't stop putting his ass up in the air trying to hit the microphone.
And we will not be alone in this fight. For leading us in this fight will be a man who, although wounded and facing danger, he stood up and raised his fist and reminded us that our people and our country are always worth.
He looked badass. He is not a badass. But he looked badass in that moment. I mean, he was wounded. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Literally.
It is time. It is time to put our country and our people first again.
But not
And if
hyperbolically.
we do, together, we will make our people wealthy again.
That was last night.
If we do, together, we will make our country safe again.
Okay, that's tonight. Okay, he's doing them all.
Together, we will make Donald Trump our president again.
Ooh.
And together, we will not just make America great again. We will make America greater than it has ever been. Thank you. God bless you.
Were they all dressed like him? Did they all do the blue suit, red tie?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Vance is doing it, yeah.
Laura Trump.
Absolutely the smartest of the Trump plan.
Whoa! I don't feel like I actually have to ask this question, but is anybody in this room ready to send Donald Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue?
Like, this is Eric's wife.
Well, it may not be a surprise that I actually had a very different speech that I was prepared to give up here tonight. That all changed at 6:11 on Saturday evening. Nothing prepares you for a moment like that. Our family has faced our fair share of death threats, mysterious powders sent to our homes, tasteless and violent comments directed towards us on social media, but none of that prepares you as a daughter-in-law to watch in real time someone try to kill a person you love. None of that prepares you as a mother to quickly reach for the remote and turn your young children away from the screen so that they're not witness to something that scars the memory.
He has, hasn't she, clinically?
For the rest of their lives. The prayers and well wishes we've received over the last 72 hours have been overwhelming, to say the least. And my heart goes out to the family who lost a husband and a father because of this senseless act. All of you here tonight and watching at home mean the world to all of us in the Trump family.
Man, if you've had Trump's life, you probably feel like you're fucking invincible at this
If
moment.
Donald Trump has shown us anything, it's that when it feels impossible to keep going, those are the times we must keep going. I don't know how many people here watching at home have ever been to a Trump rally, but if you've never been, let me tell you about them. Oh, some of you have been. Oh. Regardless of how the media have painted these rallies, you would be hard-pressed to find and to join a happier group of people coming together over their love for the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I dare anyone trying to leave a Trump rally without leaving with some new friends. You always make friends at a Trump rally, right? Veterans, teachers, blue-collar,
I usually make
white-collar
friends
workers,
anywhere I go where there's people.
military, police officers,
I'm
firefighters,
sociable.
small business owners, Latino supporters, Christian supporters, Jewish supporters, black supporters, white supporters, Asian supporters, gay supporters, Republicans, independents, and yes, even Democrats.
Come on, man.
At a Trump rally, you're not viewed as your profession, your religion, or the color of your skin. You're viewed as one thing: an American. Last Saturday was a jarring reminder that we, as Americans, must always remember.
Oh yeah, you totally seem like a fruit fly.
Then divides us.
I can say that, right? Because I suck dick.
We all want this.
I can get away with that.
Even if we don't always agree on the best way of doing that. And with every bone in my body, I can tell you that all Donald Trump wants to do and has ever wanted to do is make this country great again for all of us. Proverbs 28 reads, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." And that truly epitomizes Donald Trump. He is a lion.
You totally are, right?
He is bold, he is strong, he is fearless, and he is exactly what this country needs.
I can't call you the other thing that they label it as.
Let's not forget what life.
Because the last time I said that word, I got kicked off of YouTube.
Trade deals across the world that benefited our economy, allied countries paying their fair share.
Yeah, because you're a
safe
hag.
And secure southern border.
It doesn't sound right when you know, like,
for African,
Hispanic
Americans, Asian Americans, and women. Record investment in historically black colleges and universities.
Fruit fly is the
creation of
polite way of saying it.
Space Force. The most comprehensive prison reform in decades. How about the...
And I've only heard gay people use those terms.
The largest tax cuts in American history, our energy independence, massive amounts of red tape cut, and no new wars when Donald J. Trump was president. Maybe, most importantly though,
I mean, I suck a little dick.
Actually feel it in your everyday life. Now, you didn't have to love everything that he tweeted, but you cannot deny you were better off when Donald Trump was in office.
I can. I totally can.
Americans were finally able to start saving money. Home prices were affordable.
There you go. It's just the thing.
Of $1.87 a gallon. As I speak here tonight, many of our fellow Americans don't know how they'll pay for their next trip to the grocery store, new clothes for their children, or this month's rent. Many of our fellow Americans worry that we are on the verge
of suck a little girl dick.
Attack here on
and on occasion, I've been known to look a little bonus hole.
Children will be able to establish a better life than
oh my God.
we currently have. Many of our fellow Americans are right now sitting and wondering how on earth this country could have moved in the wrong direction and so quickly. The Democrats and the media know that they cannot convince you, the American people, that your life is better off now, because it's not. So what will they do? They'll try to sell...
Sorry about the bonus hole thing. Laura Trump kind of reminds me of Anna Kasparian.
President. But you don't have to imagine what it would be like. All you have to do is remember what it was like.
How long until Anna is speaking at the RNC? 2028? 2032?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like it's coming.
I know what you hear out there about Donald Trump. I know what you read, what the media tells you, and what out-of-touch celebrities on the left say about this man.
Did we set a record today? I thought it'd been down the last couple of days. But it's only down like slightly.
Father-in-law, and of course, grandfather to my 2 young children, Luke and Carolina. I know that I'm lucky enough to get to call him my father-in-law and see him a little differently than all of you. But it's through that lens that I sometimes wish more people could see him. This is a man who has sacrificed for his family and a man who has truly sacrificed for his country.
You probably know better what it's doing than me. I've just got a little, like a news update thing, and I see the ticker sometimes.
Fame or money, trust me, we all know he already had plenty of that.
When I say down, I'm like down like fucking
And why he continues on.
100th of a cent or some shit.
Of the unthinkable. Because he loves this country.
I kind of feel like he doesn't, Laura.
He did it for his grandchildren, for your children and grandchildren, and for the generation.
He did it for himself.
I have seen this man dragged through hell and back.
It was always self-serving.
Indictments, impeachments, mugshots, and even an assassination.
Hacksaw dug ass crowd.
He has never backed
down. I hope Hacksaw's not a Trumper. That's not cultish at all. We love Trump.
I'll never forget watching my 2 children run up to him with their drawings and hugs for Grandpa.
Damn, it might have set a record today then, clinically. Hell yeah.
Down in Trump Tower.
I mean, not hell yeah. I
address
don't
the media
have
the day
any
after
money in the
his
stock
wrongful
market.
conviction. Despite everything else he had going on, he had no other focus in the entire world. Just a man relishing time with his grandchildren.
Just a man.
It's a side of Donald Trump that not enough people get to see. Maybe you got to see a side of Donald Trump on Saturday that you were not sure existed until you saw it with your own eyes. Martin Luther King Jr. once famously said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." There's no doubt that Saturday was one of the most frightening moments of my father-in-law's life. Millimeters separated him from life and certain death. And yet, it was in the midst of it all, as he was jostled off stage by Secret Service, that he knew how defining that moment would be for our country. And he hoisted his fist in the air. It was not just for the audience at the rally, not just for his supporters tuning in, but for all of America. And as a signal to the world that no matter what, America will always prevail. Though it's been strained and attacked, no enemy, no force, not even a bullet is strong enough to break our American grit and our American soul. We are the country whose founders gave their fortunes, freedom, and lives to pursue the dream of a free society. We are the country of Thomas Edison, Susan B. Anthony, Henry Ford, and Harriet Tubman. We are the country who fought and won 2 world wars. And we are the country who always rises to meet the moment, no matter how insurmountable the task. And in that split second, on Saturday, Donald Trump reminded us all of that very history and who we are at our core as a nation. That is the Donald Trump that I know.
Bored. Is it over yet?
An American who conquered the
God, my ass hurts.
An American who made himself a household name. An American who was beloved by politicians and fellow celebrities for decades until he ran for office with an R next to his name.
Everybody thought he was a big dumb goof.
Whom even Barack Obama admits people consider the American dream. And instead of sailing off into the sunset after an illustrious real estate and television career, he decided to give back. He decided to bring some of the things that had made him so successful in life to all of you in order to improve the lives.
No, he was pissed off
Black, white,
that Obama made fun of him.
all American.
And he ran out of spite.
That Donald Trump is. I can tell you that my personal experience with Donald Trump has shown me his heart. There wasn't a second that he made this small town girl who was way out of her element in New York City feel anything but welcomed and part of the family. And if not for the support and encouragement of my father-in-law, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's been said by many that Donald Trump sees things in people that they don't even recognize in themselves. In 2016, when he asked me to help him win my home state of North Carolina, I'll be honest, I was terrified. I had no idea how I would make it happen, but he knew I would, and I did. When I was given an opportunity to join a television network as a commentator, it was the push and support of my father-in-law that gave me the confidence to take that job. Always the first one to call or text me after a TV hit and tell me, "Great job, keep going." Not bad, right? Or even a few months ago, when he called and asked me to be the co-chair of our party. He showed me potential in myself that I couldn't yet see. So tonight, to my father-in-law, I want to say thank you. Thank you.
Holy shit, this has been such a suck ass.
Thank you for continuing on. Thank you for raising wonderful kids. Thank you for being an amazing grandfather. Thank you for never giving up on me. And thank you for never giving up on our country. Tonight, I come to you, not as the co-chair of the RNC, not as the daughter-in-law of the candidate. Tonight, I come to you as a mom and as a citizen of this country. For those of you watching who have never voted for Donald Trump, I know what the media and his political
Ain't happening.
have tried to
Ain't
tell you
happening
about
to
this
it.
man. Believe me, I have seen and heard it all. But I have also seen the truth. I am proud to know Donald Trump, to campaign for him, to vote for him, and to raise his grandchildren. He will do what is necessary to protect you, protect your family, and protect this country. Because Donald Trump wants us all to be successful, to be safe, to be happy, to be strong, and to be great again.
It sounded like she was going to wrap up 5 different times now.
Tonight, I'm asking you to vote. Not for the Donald Trump you see flashed on your TV every day, splashed across the headlines. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that Luke and Carolina call Grandpa. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that my husband Eric calls Dad. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that I call my father-in-law. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump who can and will make America great once again for all of us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Finally.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
He is still wearing the gigantic bandage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
It's like a stink bug on my monitor.
For tonight's benediction, please welcome Pastor Corey Brooks, senior pastor of the New Beginnings Church in Chicago. And
New Beginnings is a drag,
an organization committed to fighting
is a drag club.
and poverty.
City where I went to college at. Some of them did have their own ear diapers, eh? I love this fucking stage. Look how cool that is.
End on a boring note tonight with no emotion on a benediction or a powerless benediction, then you probably shouldn't have invited a black pastor from the south side of Chicago.
Hit me with it, brother. Make me feel the spirit.
I pray, let me say 3 things real quick. Number 1, let me thank President Trump and the Republican National Convention for giving me a platform.
Good call, Mox. Oh, I think it hit it already.
Our great nation. Number 2, I'd be remiss if I did not give the great state of Illinois and Chicago and the South Side a shout out. O Block, Opportunity Block.
Block.
And number 3, I want you to make the biggest noise in just a second. I want you to raise your signs, blow your whistles, and give God the loudest shout of praise on the count of 3. And somebody may say, why? Because this week we could
why?
be having a week of mourning.
Would have been mourning for some of us, sir.
Not let any of those things be. This is a week of celebration and a week of life, a week of democracy and liberty. So I want to ask you on the count of 3 to make the loudest noise you can and let the world know that we serve an awesome God. Are you ready? Come on, are you really ready tonight? 1, 2, 3. Yes, yes, yes.
What was I supposed to do?
Are you ready to call on God tonight?
Oh, no. What's his phone number? I'll call him.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts as we gather for this Republican National Convention. We thank you for this moment to seek your guidance. As I stand before you, many believe America is in trying, divisive times and has not been her best. We know this to be true. We have not been steady, firm, resolute. Too many of us have forgotten how to be Americans. I see this on the south side of Chicago where I'm from.
Bullshit.
But I refuse.
I am a real American.
I still see the yearning fire within us to
fight for the rights of every man.
For your divine presence to bless every heart and mind. Grant us wisdom and courage and discernment as we chart the path of our beloved country. May our deeds reflect your will and bring glory to your name. We pray for strength to better our individual selves so that we may bless those around us. Let us be reminded that we are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Father, we lift up our citizens and leaders to you. Let them be guided by your truth. And may their actions honor the values upon which this great nation was founded. Let us remember the words of Isaiah chapter 40, verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. Empower us to rise, persevere, and to pursue excellence. Lord, bless our great nation, from Project Hood on the south side of Chicago to all four corners of the great nation, from the hills of West Virginia and Tennessee to Beverly Hills in California, all the way to the homies in Los Angeles and the homies on the west side of Chicago. May we renew our Americanness and strive to uphold your word. With you, Lord.
I just noticed it.
I said all things are possible. All things are possible. In your mighty and matchless name, Jesus, we pray. Let everybody say amen. God bless you and God bless America.
Why did you have to do that?
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, Senator Vance, President Trump, what a night. We have heard from the best of the Republican Party.
Really? That was your best?
Members of the Senate, governors, and candidates. But more importantly, we have heard from real Americans who understand
really not sending their best,
needs to do better and will do better when Donald
Amen, Walter, amen.
7th president.
Good evening, my friend.
I would like to ask every single one of you to please raise your voice in thanks to all of those real Americans who spoke tonight.
I am a real American.
And their vision for a better America.
Long live an Indian-American friendship and mutual understanding, eh? Good evening, friend.
At this time, the chair recognizes the delegate from the state
There's only one definition of a real American, and it's Hulk Hogan, brother.
Mr. Chairman.
What you gonna do?
Mr. Smith from the great state of Indiana. And
I've been to Indiana. Great.
And I make the motion that the convention now adjourns.
The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn.
Well, fuck Trump, but you know, I'll tell him about your greetings
All those
from Punjab, India.
saying no.
We're glad to have you here, friend.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the
Motion denied.
Accordingly, this convention stands adjourned until 5:30.
We're going to go all night long, all night. Wait a minute, somebody guessed they were gonna play Three Doors Down, right? Oh wait a minute, this is Creed, isn't it? Dun 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 dun. Same thing. So we're now on C-SPAN. Trying not to get copyright. Let's see what we want to do first. Let's do let's do McCarthy Gates fight. Is that what you guys want? We'll come back to C-SPAN here in a second. We're awaiting C-SPAN calls. You can see the number on your screen. But first we're gonna do some highlights here. This is Matt Gaetz approaching. Kevin McCarthy is being interviewed by a TV station, and Matt Gaetz comes up and approaches him.
Are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Or one person? No. Hey, you're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
Yes, this is the convention. I can't believe that Kevin McCarthy showed his face, but he is at the convention.
What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Or one person? No. Hey, you're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
Matt Gaetz embarrassed himself? Oh, no. No. Speaking of embarrassing yourself, I'm pretty sure he was fucking drunk here. Are you guys ready for Rudy Giuliani's trip to the convention? Literally, are you ready for Rudy Giuliani's trip to the convention? I'm assuming he's drunk. He could just be a frail old man. When you meet Cudlow for happy hour, that's probably what happened. He's partying it the fuck up. But he is also fucking old. Old man slow fall. It is sad that we're getting a perverse kick out of this.
Tonight that changes your mind. 202-748-8923. We're going to get to that conversation here in just a minute, but we want to go down to the convention floor. C-SPAN's Susan Swain is there.
Hi, Greta. It's pretty noisy down here.
Can you take me higher?
Andrew, I'm going to talk to you. You filed your story already tonight. What's the lead on it?
Well, I think I would rather. Oh shit, we're still watching Rudy fall over here. I should have queued up my next clip, but let's watch Rudy fall again, shall we? It never gets old.
And then you saw that from Ron DeSantis as well.
Can you take me higher?
Yeah, so it was very notable to see them come.
I like Alter Bridge. That's Creed without Scott Stapp, and they were pretty good. What, John Tremonti or whatever was the lead singer? They were cool. I'm glad everybody really enjoyed Rudy. Would you like to see what Biden was up to earlier today when he spoke at the NAACP?
Well, I'm serious. Go figure.
from a guy who spread the birthism lie against Barack Obama, saying he wasn't born in America and he wasn't a U.S. citizen. Of course, here's what he thinks of black jobs. I love his phrase, black jobs. It tells a lot about the man and about his character. Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States.
That's what a black job is.
I know what a black job is. The first black president in American history, Barack Obama. No, I'm serious.
That's pretty fucking cringe. That level of cringe may have something to do with this next clip I'm getting ready to show you. We're gonna go to CNN pollster. I forget what his name is.
That gets Donald Trump to 303. And there's new polling today that shows the president's approval rating in these battleground states is below 40. The president's ballot number right now is below 40 in most of those states, and it's at 42 in Nevada. It's very hard in 16 weeks. We count the votes 16 weeks from tonight to turn that around. Plus, Democrats are now worried. They think, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but what they're saying is the president's going to have to spend more time and more resources on places like Virginia because it's competitive, on places like New Hampshire because it's competitive. You look at this map as it plays out, and there are Democrats making the case, and we have Wisconsin blue here. Let's move Wisconsin over here. There are Democrats making the case that Donald Trump is on a viable path as of today to get to 330 electoral votes, Wolf, or even higher, because they see other states in here. The Trump campaign says Minnesota. The Trump campaign says maybe New Mexico.
No way.
Cautious. Those are blue states traditionally, but the president's standing, his approval rating, his ballot number, people's views about how old he is, and people who view the state of the economy are very bad for the president right now. And so even if you just go back to where we start, Donald Trump is in command. The numbers are getting worse for the president, Wolf, and Donald Trump has an opportunity with this convention to build it even more.
It is the next bluest state. It is North Carolina can flip towards blue. That's the one with the closest polling numbers. Then Florida, and then Texas. Those are the next blue flips. If ever.
On Capitol Hill.
They see this really as an effort by President Biden and his allies and by the party apparatus, really, to fast-track this whole process, to stamp out this dissent that we're hearing very publicly, as well as privately still right now among Democrats, and use this moment of, A, the Republican convention being this week, so the attention is off of them, and B, this attempted assassination against former President Trump.
I don't believe those polls. There's no way the polls have flipped that drastically. Especially when we saw today that there was a poll that said Trump got no bump.
Focusing on the Republican side rather than the Democratic side. You haven't seen any new Democrats come out against President Biden and say that he should not be their nominee anymore ever since Saturday. So
polls mean fuck all. All right, I gotta whiz. I'll be right back.
And the Democratic Party apparatus to potentially speed this up.
Dan Crenshaw didn't speak at the Republican National Convention, and I could take the opportunity to piss in his eye pussy.
Punchbowl.news, and you can subscribe to our free morning newsletter. It comes out around 5 a.m. Eastern Time every morning. We also have premium offerings, paid subscriptions, in other words, midday and a PM newsletter on all of the Capitol Hill happenings, House and Senate. Our motto is Power, People, Politics. We cover all of that and sort of the decision-making, how that drives the decision-making, rather, in Washington.
Well, with that early newsletter coming out, I know you have to go. Thanks for spending time with us here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Greta?
All right, the gavel has come down on the second day of the Republican convention here in Milwaukee. The band has stopped playing. The delegates have made their way to the doors, but we're not done here on C-SPAN because we want to get your reaction and have a conversation with all of you, as we always do here, on what you heard tonight and what resonated with you. We'll go to Charlie first in Wichita. Kansas is a Republican. Charlie.
I was really pleased to hear Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis from Florida. I'm happy that they both made their appearance and made it seemed to me a very positive impact bringing some more voters and kind of unifying the party more. But I am happy that for the outcome of former President Trump, that he's with us today. I watched the other day him being shot, and it was a very frightful thing to almost to lose that man. I really look forward to
pussy
him
for
in
me.
the White House again this year.
Just regular pussy.
Coming next year to make the changes.
You live in
that
sexual
we
anarchy?
Need. We need to get the prices of our foods down. Our
got one around my foot.
gasoline.
Man, they cleared out of there fast.
Need somebody to work on unifying the country rather than having everybody split up. That's the big. That's
all right, Charlie.
issue.
So, how would the former president do that in his speech on Thursday night? What does he need to say?
I think, from what I understand, he's torn up his previous speech and he's made one primarily to unity, to bring people together.
Unity.
So I think that he's committed.
Look
to,
at the map right now. That gets Donald.
That was being said in the past. I'm not seeing so much. I don't see it slowing down very much from the Democrat side as of yet.
What?
They're still reporting a lot of garbage, but people need to listen to what he has to say, what comes out of his mouth.
Unity, but the Democrats are reporting a bunch of garbage.
And I think President Trump is going to make a big change this coming Thursday. I think that what he has to say is going to be really good for everybody.
All right, Charlie. Let me hear from David in Huntington Beach, California. Hi, David.
What up, David?
Hi. How are you? Hi. Yes.
David,
Hello?
David, were you watching?
me?
Yeah, were you watching this evening?
Yes. Yes, I
All right.
I loved watching. It was very inspiring to see people from different party blending more. I wish there was no parties. I think that people could just be accountable. Instead of the parties seem like you have to be loyal to your party. So maybe you might agree with something on the Republican side or the Democrat, but you're afraid to because your party won't like that. And I think voting on paper makes a lot of sense because people have lost faith in the voting, and it means everything.
Only dumb people.
Something that I liked hearing. And I think sometimes if you have one party, that's all you have. You should have everything. You should not, I think they should get rid of the parties type of thing, and people be accountable themselves. They should, they don't blame the party. Oh, the party and stuff. No, it should just be the person that's responsible. Let's say, Biden might be a Democrat, but he's still responsible for the sadness that was brought here.
The sadness?
It breaks my heart. I'm a father, and I think we need to focus on uniting everybody. And
Biden makes him sad.
All right, David, there in Huntington Beach, we have a few delegates that are sticking.
Biden gave him the sad.
And Susan Swain?
Thanks, Greta. I'm on the floor with two members of the New York delegation, Sesson Adams and Oz Sultan. Both of them are with the Harlem group of the overall New York delegation, which is 90+ strong.
Well, let's go to more of my highlights here. This is something you might have missed during coverage yesterday. Mitch McConnell getting booed.
Madam Chairman, the Commonwealth of Kentucky proudly cast 46 votes for the next president, Donald J. Trump.
Mitch McConnell got whatever Joe Biden got.
Pursuant to the announcement.
They both like barely there.
Madam Chairman, the Commonwealth of Kentucky proudly cast 46 votes for the next president, Donald J. Trump.
Seriously, Mitch McConnell has been the most effective legislator possibly of all time. He has gotten like a wish list of the Republican agenda passed throughout his 40-year career. He has. It's astounding that they hate him, and I don't even know why. Because even though he voices somewhat reasonable conclusions about Trump, he still didn't vote to impeach him, and he's still here supporting him at the convention. It's wild. Right-wingers are morons. That's the only reason I can think of. Why'd I cut off the brothers? What brothers? I don't. Are you talking about the C-SPAN interviews? Well, I had news I wanted to get to and clips that I felt were more interesting, my friend. This guy spoke earlier tonight. This is Eric Hovde. I don't really know who Eric Hovde is, but that's okay because Eric Hovde doesn't know who the speakers he's getting ready to praise are.
I thought was brilliant, Dan, and I'll tell you why I thought it was. You started off with in that like 9 o'clock hour, the grandfather talking about, struggling to buy presents for his grandkids. You had that small entrepreneur talking about how hard it is now in his business. You had the black woman talking about how she did not like.
He didn't know the names of any of the speakers here at the RNC convention.
The lineup of the speakers last night, I thought was brilliant, Dan.
Brilliant.
I'll tell you why I thought it was. You started off with in that like 9 o'clock hour, the grandfather talking about, struggling to buy presents for his grandkids. You had that small entrepreneur talking about how hard it is now in his business. You had the black woman talking about how she did not like Donald Trump. She thought he was a racist, and then she started to study him and get to know him and all the rest, and said, I was wrong, and I'm voting for him. He's the farthest
thing. What the fuck changed your mind?
Woman kind of gave that same message, I voted for Joe Biden, and that was my mistake. I mean, just the messaging arc that came out was so good and so positive.
So good.
The lineup of the speakers last night.
Such a great messaging arc. Like here, this is Representative John James. We saw him yesterday. I don't know whose feed they have here, but this is a great catch. Notice what he says, and then notice the pan to the crowd.
Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today. If you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black. But see, here's the thing.
White people.
Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today. If you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black. But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God.
Brother Walter, my friend, like you're in here like trying to tell me how to produce my show. I had no idea that it had nothing to do with the content that C-SPAN was showing, other than the fact that I knew they would do interviews from the floor, and that I knew I was going to play clips while they do interviews, and that we would go back when they do callers. I had this planned out the entire evening, my friend. Would you like to come here and produce the show for me? I'm sorry you did not like what I had planned out. My apologies. Did you guys know that Donald fell asleep last night? That was not a shot that we got on the GOP feed that we were watching. We were watching the raw dog feed of the GOP. Trump fell asleep during the convention, though he looked very lively when he walked in. I'll give him that. Backseat streamers. I don't think he's mentally fit to be president. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a dude with a podcast. Here you go. Here they're still talking over here.
Going to bring and spur our economic growth within jobs, and we just need to work together.
MAGA Black.
Gentlemen, thanks for staying after to talk to C-SPAN. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
A couple of gentlemen from the New York delegation.
Sounds like a grift to me.
Forum. The second day is in the books. There are two more days left here of the Republican National.
Oh, don't remind me.
We'll continue here on C-SPAN with our gavel-to-gavel coverage of it, uninterrupted, no commentary, no analysis. All day.
Raw dogging it just like we were.
Is when they will begin, and then Thursday as well. We're expected to hear from J.D. Vance on Wednesday night, and then the former president, the GOP nominee, Mr. Trump, will be speaking on Thursday to officially accept the nomination and make his nomination remarks. There are many notable speakers tonight, but there is the dog, Baby, that really captured the
Baby dog.
People who came here today. This is Jim Justice's, the West Virginia governor's dog, who joined him on stage tonight. Baby dog got her own chair even, and then tweeted this out. I enjoyed meeting so many of you at the GOP convention. Thank you for the treats, the pets, and all the photos. Now, Governor Henry McMaster is one of my favorites. I can spot a bulldog man.
A bulldog man.
I hope he gets to bring his bulldog back. If you missed any of the moments from tonight's convention, you can find them on demand at
Seen Hillbilly Elegy.
You're on the go.
Brother.
You can also
I actually fucking lived it.
Mobile app C-SPAN now. Daniel in Los Angeles, Democratic caller. Thanks for waiting.
That shit is insulting.
Have you been watching this convention?
Yes, I have. I've been watching the convention, and I saw Jim Justice and his dog. Of course, they're very cute. I love that dog.
I love that dog.
And any speakers?
No, just the dog.
Resonate with you?
Specific. What'd you say?
Just the dog.
Did any of the speakers tonight resonate with you?
Yes. I definitely resonated with Nikki Haley about Donald Trump saying, you know, if you don't approve about Trump doesn't mean that you don't have to necessarily not vote for him. But I really do believe if the Democratic Party wants to nominate another person up and
No, I did not watch that piece of trash, Walter. God damn.
All right, Daniel's thoughts there in Daniel's thoughts there in Los Angeles, repeating what Nikki Haley, the one-time rival of Mr. Trump, had to say. You don't have to agree with him on 100% of everything. She said she doesn't, noting that, and she was a strong critic of his in the remaining months of her presidential candidacy, and now tonight saying she has the former president has her full endorsement. Let's hear a little bit more from what the former ambassador.
I kind of thought Nikki Haley may hedge her bets on a Biden endorsement and try to be part of his administration.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear.
We've already done Niggy. This is insane. This is a leaked call between Donald Trump and RFK Jr. RFK Jr.'s son actually put it on the internet.
I want to do small doses. Small doses. When you feed a baby, Bobby, a vaccination that has like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse this. And do you ever see the size of it, right? It's just massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times. And then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? But you and I talked about that a long time ago. And anyway, I would love you to do so. And I think it'll be so good for you and so big for you. And we're going to win. We're way ahead of the guy. And, he's interesting. He was really nice, actually. He called me. And he said, how did you choose to move to the right? So I guess people said, if I was looking straight up, right? He said, I said, I was just showing a chart. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people pouring into our country, right? But I just turned my head to show the chart. And something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito. And it was a bullet going around. What do they call that, an AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. That was a pretty.
That was leaked Trump call. Bobby upset about this. When President Trump called me, I was taping with an in-house videographer. I should have ordered the videographer to stop recording immediately. I am mortified that this was posted, and I apologize to the president. Apparently, Trump was trying to get him to drop out and endorse him. Said some crazy shit about vaccines.
Because we have a country to save.
They've still got Nimrata going over here.
And a unified Republican
We're not pro-big pharma. We don't believe anybody should profit off of pharmaceuticals or medicine.
Nikki Haley from earlier tonight here inside the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee on day 2 of the Republican National Convention. If you missed what she had to say to the crowd here, you can find it on her website at cspan.org. You can
rewatch the Troll Patrol live
in case you wanted to check out what some of the other folks have said tonight. We heard from Senate candidate hopefuls. We heard from Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, and others here inside the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee. And now we're hearing from all of you as well. Before we get to your calls, want to share the latest in polls.
You're only going to midnight. I already saw it.
Donald Trump does not get post-shooting poll boost. Donald Trump has not received a poll boost in the first presidential election survey conducted since the failed assassination attempt. The poll conducted by the Morning Consult with over 2,000 registered voters reveals, it says, according to Newsweek, that Trump is leading Joe Biden by just 1 percentage point with 46% compared to the president's 45%. Now, I also want to show you the latest polls in the swing states. We're in one of them today, but let's start with Arizona. In the state of Arizona, the former president leading the current president 44 to 37%, with 10% undecided. And you can see RFK Jr. getting a percentage of the vote as well. Moving on to Nevada, another battleground state. Again, the former president leading 46 to 42%. And in Georgia, 44 to 40%. North Carolina, about the same amount, 4 percentage points, 44 to 40%. The former president has the lead there. And it continues in Pennsylvania as well, 43 to 40%. Michigan, 42 to 40%. And in all of these states that we're listing, the undecided is around 10%. Wrapping it up with Wisconsin, 43 to 38%. That is the lead that the former president has over Joe Biden here in Wisconsin. 4% saying that they would support RFK Jr. and 10% undecided here in Wisconsin. Karen, Oceanside, California. You're undecided, Karen. What is going to make you decide which of these candidates to vote for in November?
Well, tonight I enjoyed part of the convention. I enjoyed Ben Carson.
Really?
I enjoyed the couple that did the rap. But
really,
I think America needs to
remember Blow.
He didn't obey the laws. There were some people who found him guilty from doing something wrong. I know he has a good heart, and hopefully, because of the dramatic assassination attempt, he might have changed his whole outlook and unified us together. But remember, he did do something wrong. He didn't obey everything. A leader should obey all of the rules and laws of the land, and he didn't do that. But I did enjoy listening to the conversation of the normal Americans versus the candidates. I did enjoy that.
All right. All right. I love Americans. And if you missed the Everyday Americans, or if you missed any part of tonight's convention, we are going to air the convention here coming up at the top of the hour, and you can watch it in its entirety then. Mike, here in Milwaukee, a Republican. Mike, have you been coming down to the Fiserv Forum? Okay.
Can you hear me?
When were you down here? Yes, we can. Were you down here yesterday?
Yeah, I was down there, but it was very packed, and I could not get very close, and make it inside the stadium. But I was talking to a bunch of people, and I have a quote I would like to say.
What?
All right, Mike, you've got to mute that. You've got to mute that television because you're getting the feedback. So I'm going to move on to Evan.
Oh shit! I want to hear his quote.
Democratic caller.
Yes, hi. How are you doing today?
Hi, Evan.
So, the thing is, I respected some of these speakers as individuals, the mothers who lost their children because someone here illegally killed them, and my heart goes out to the family of the father who lost his life bravely protecting his daughter. But I think that the thing that really stuck out to me was not the hypocrisy of the speakers, but the hypocrisy of supporting Trump, because you can't combat crime with someone who's been a convicted felon. He went through the process that the millions and millions of people who have gone through the legal process and then were found guilty. You can't put someone like that in the White House and expect them to fight crime, or someone who's hired people here illegally to stop the border crisis. Trump had 2 years with the Republican Congress to stop illegal immigration and build a wall, and he focused his attention on repealing the Affordable Care Act. So I don't believe
didn't get it done
about anything. I think that we have to stop treating him like he's a Republican. He's not. I have a friend who was on The Apprentice, and I asked him this. I said, do you think Donald Trump has any sincere political beliefs? And he said, absolutely not. I think he's a chameleon, and he'll do and say whatever he has to advance himself and his career or whatever he seeks. And as far as Jeff Van Drew, I live 5 minutes away from his district. I'm familiar with him. I'm a conservative Democrat myself. Jeff Van Drew is in Congress now under false pretenses because he changed parties in 2019, and I just hope that his Democratic opponent, Joe Salerno, wins. I think that if we want unity, Donald Trump is not the way we're going to go. The GOP might have unity tonight, but Donald Trump will not bring unity to the country.
All right. Evan's thoughts there.
Well said.
Democrat, New Jersey. Kathy in Aberdeen, Washington, Republican. Kathy.
Hi.
Hi,
Hello?
Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
We're
Hi.
listening to you.
Okay. Well, all the other comments are very good, but my feeling is in 1 year under Biden, this country became a lawless country. That is what needs to be focused on.
What, this past year when the Supreme Court ruled Trump had immunity?
Says the reason they don't want Trump is he'll be like a Nazi regime. So I think that's what he could focus on in his speech, is what his true plans are.
I'm not a
To
Nazi.
help the country get back to having law, borders, because I feel for the Border Patrol that had to just stand there and let people come in. They had no rights to stop them. So I think if he focuses on that and the fentanyl and the everyday people were the ones that get me because they're talking from the heart. So
okay, Kathy,
that's
there.
what I feel. That he
Understood,
can focus-
Kathy.
Listen to your heart.
Okay, thank you, Kathy, and the conversation will continue tomorrow on the Washington.
That's it for the phone call portion of the show. I still owe you a police chase. We will get to that, but first we have an update on a story we have been following for several weeks now. Hold on, I might need to hit the commercial break. Oh, my browser froze. Firefox been getting wonky. I use multiple browsers. Come back to me here in a second. What's not what the court ruled? What court? What are you talking about? There's a delay on YouTube, so if like you're making a comment like that, you need to tell me what it's about. 'Cause I have no, especially if I didn't see your comment until later, I'll have no idea what you're referring to. What are we arguing that a court ruled? Excited to hear. I don't know what we're talking about. Oh yeah. I need to get the. Yeah, there we go. I need to get the Twitch stream manager up. Yeah. So if you're watching on Twitch, you gotta get the commercial breaks out of the way. You get 3 minutes of commercial breaks. We'll be right back. We gotta do car chase. Give you an update on this woman who shot somebody at a church's chicken. She's wild. We got a whole update in that story. All that and a lot freaking more on the other side of the break. So yeah. This is a wild police chase too. Yes, Trump has immunity for official acts, but it didn't really say what the official acts were. It said that like a lower court has to set a definition of what an official act is. I don't think you know what you're talking about, Walter. I assure you, I know what that news be doing. It's kind of my thing. In case you haven't noticed, we've even done it professionally for a little while. I gotta consider this to be amateurishly. But in all honesty, I got more production value than some of the some of the stations I've worked for. Got 2 more days of the goddamn Republican convention. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to take it. It's a lot. We're at hour 6. We're at 6:09 right now. We've been streaming for 6 hours and 9 minutes. It's a lot. Most radio shows are like 3 hours. I know streamers tend to go all day. I think a lot of them are on ADHD meds. Or some of them just like fucking put up feeds of like, there were a couple people just watching the Majority Report live. And it's like, that's just a weird way to be doing a stream. But you got more viewers than I do, so what the fuck do I know? Well, why would you watch somebody watching the Majority Report? Why wouldn't you just watch the Majority Report? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't necessarily get game streaming. Because I don't... I guess if I like the personality. But like, you know, I won't play games myself. Alright, everybody's back from the ad break. Time to get to what that news be doing. We're going to get the update on the woman who was wanted for a shooting at Church's Chicken.
And disturbing information has emerged following the fatal shooting of a fast food worker while she was on the job. Tonight, Monica Williams is in custody and charged with first-degree murder a week after the deadly attack. WRIG's Jarita Patterson has more on what happened when Williams faced a judge this morning for the first time.
Monica Williams, who at times looked to be hiding from our camera, was in court after police alleged she was hiding from law enforcement for a week. The 45-year-old faced a judge Tuesday, charged with shooting and killing Anitra West while she was on the job at this Church's Chicken in Orange Mound. This makeshift memorial stands as a reminder of what happened to Miss West. In this 2-page affidavit, investigators describe Williams and the victim arguing as Williams went around the drive-thru. We have since learned a female passenger and her 10-year-old son were inside the SUV, captured on surveillance video. After the argument, police say Williams took the mother and son to their Dietrich Avenue home before traveling the half-mile back to the restaurant where she found the victim outside on the phone. A woman on the other end told investigators she heard someone scream, "I will kill you." Detectives allege Williams made good on that threat, shooting West in the head. Police say Williams later parked her SUV back at the Dietrich Avenue home. We went to the house only to have the door closed as we were heading up to the front door. Back here in court after a 1-minute arraignment, Williams was headed back to lockup. Yet another
That dude smiled at the camera.
Already seen several twists and turns.
They blurred him out.
According to the judge, Monica Williams' attorney was not available today, so she has been ordered back to court tomorrow. We'll certainly keep you updated. Reporting for your news leader in downtown Memphis, Jarita Patterson, WREG News Channel 3.
Now, the judge also told Williams she will be held without bond.
Murder a Church's Chicken employee, it's enough to get you held without bond. Alright, it's now time for everybody's favorite segment, a police chase. This one happening in Los Angeles. I know it seems like a lot of them happen in LA, and it's mainly because, you know, LA has a a helicopter. They go out, you know, they're able to cover these things, and there's a lot of people in LA, so, you know.
Out of more breaking news tonight, a pursuit in a stolen vehicle in the valley. Let's go up to Desmond Shaw, live in SkyCal. Desmond, a unique one here. What's he pulling?
Yeah, it looks like he's pulling a trailer right here that might belong to like a portable coffee restaurant or something like that. So this is someone's livelihood that we believe was stolen. LAPD is calling this armed robbery carjacking. So there was a weapon used. They have not said what they believe that weapon was, if it was a gun, a knife, or something else. But this may have happened very, very recently. And, I mean, we've seen, big rigs and U-Hauls and all those kinds of things. But now we've got a heavy-duty truck that is towing this trailer. One of the tires on the trailer may be bad already. We're going to try to get to the other side when we're able to. We're dealing with Burbank airspace right now, but I noticed a lot of smoke coming out from the back of one of the tires on that trailer, which is going to make things a lot more precarious for this suspect. It's going 60 miles an hour. I mean, we've got a lot of weight in the front and the back of this configuration with this vehicle, and we'll see how capable this person is of driving something, towing this, and what that's capable of doing. I mean, it could end up fishtailing all over the place if they take a turn really quickly or something as we come over to this side. So this started with LAPD's Foothill Division. We're making our way, though, down towards North Hollywood and Studio City. And, the pursuit of a stolen, it looks like a coffee cart here, Juan, being towed by a big pickup truck.
Yeah, we're looking at it right there on Whitsett Avenue and Kittredge Street. Valley Glen, as you mentioned, Desmond, not too far from Studio City here. And, of course, the big concern when we see these pursuits of a truck, as you said, of this size, hauling, basically a kitchen behind it, is just how difficult it is going to be to maneuver it, to try to get away. And here he is at a stop sign, at a stoplight, it seems like.
We are stopped, and now that we got to this side, this is the first that we've seen, Juan, that the rear door here is open. It is completely open. So, you could have a lot of stuff jiggling around in there, rolling all over the place.
Jiggling around.
Out of this, which could pose some other hazards. We'll see. So it's not clear if this coffee cart was in operation and this was taken out from under the person, or if they were done for the day, or what the exact circumstances are of this. But LAPD is calling this an armed grand theft auto. And so, again, obviously very concerned that the driver of this vehicle is armed and dangerous. As we get a look in the passenger side here really quickly, don't see anyone in the passenger seat, so we may just have the driver, the one suspect in this vehicle right now. We'll see how LAPD is going to handle this. Obviously, a pit maneuver's out of the question.
No, it's a coffee cart.
Or just hope that the driver, runs into a dead end or something like that. I mean, working in LAPD's favor, obviously something that is not very maneuverable and takes up a lot of space, but that is also making it very dangerous for the public there, as we see LAPD's chopper there in the shot. So you can see that they do have this covered from the ground and the air right now.
Yeah, 75 miles an hour right now. Very dangerous, Desmond, as we see right here. Now, we see the night sun from above. Are there units behind this truck?
Yes, there
they are.
We had not heard about... Yeah, so I believe this is an active pursuit. We haven't heard about tracking mode or anything. I mean, we know that that's an increasingly common thing that LAPD has been doing in more recent times, where they back off of something. But, we're talking about someone that's armed and dangerous, and they're driving, kind of a weird vehicle very dangerously. So this is definitely one that they're going to want to try to, stop and hopefully not let go. They shouldn't have any trouble keeping up with the vehicle, that's for sure, as we make the turn now onto the Orange Line busway.
Oh, my goodness.
We are, okay, so actually we're on Chandler. This is that section where...
I already know, Mark.
...shares the road with the Orange Line, although, I think he's driving on the Orange Line itself. So that's...
not a pre-watch Chandy, it was just in the description.
So he's going to have this whole roadway to himself unless he has any buses, kind of obscured by the trees at the moment, as we are making our way towards North Hollywood, right through that red light right there. So
that's why I told you and didn't.
This is a really large intersection, and the last thing you're going to be doing.
I'm an honest hoe, and all my hoes are honest.
Car to be coming out, blasting through the red light of the Orange Line. So really worried about possible T-bone collision or something if this continues like this.
Yeah, it's my big concern, Desmond. I've actually ridden my bike along that bikeway there. And the concern is it's the buses that kind of trigger the traffic lights as it's going through there. Otherwise, it's pretty much free and clear. So if this truck does not trigger the traffic lights for people to stop, we could see some very, very big problem here with this truck T-boning, as you mentioned, some of that ongoing traffic here. And that is a big problem going right now, 65 miles an hour. And again, just the sense of
this was last night.
Roadway in front of him. There is no traffic, right? And we have an ambulance there trying to cross the street. So he's going to be going faster, and he
here
might
we go.
be.
Well, we're at the end of the orange line
at the
right
orange
now.
line,
So he's going to have to turn
right
around.
there.
We're in North Hollywood. Yeah. So let's see what they do as they come back out and over the sidewalk and out here back towards
that
Chandler
Lankerson?
Tahunga, making
Yep.
a really wide turn. He's going to lose control.
Oh,
no! Oh, it was what I was so afraid of happening. That's someone's livelihood that just got lost right there.
Oh,
Spun
my
out of
gosh.
control. We knew it was going to happen, and the suspect out and running.
Wait, what? What? Well, lucky for us, I already had an update ready to go. Why? I'm tired of these chases that we don't see the end of. But they must have killed him. Cut it off.
Oh my God! A cultural center is on the brink of closing after a stolen vehicle slammed into its patio. The crash last night caused significant damage. A stolen truck had a coffee cart trailer in tow at the time, leaving its owner with a hefty repair bill as well.
Now 2 small business owners are left to pick up the pieces. KTLA's Angelique Cockaday live in North Hollywood with reaction tonight. Angelique.
Cockaday?
Cher and Mike, I spent the day talking to both these owners.
We've done this before, haven't we? And it is indeed Cockaday. Oh my God. Oh, I shouldn't make fun of her name. And like the spelling, yeah, that makes sense, but it's Cockaday.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Well, you know what they say, a cock a day.
In a word, they're devastated. Now, I want to show you just how fast this suspect was driving. You can take a look at the wall behind me here. This is one side of the business. This isn't even where the truck crashed into, but still, you can see dents and marks all over it.
Well, yeah, dude. That's what the statistics say.
Shattered glass.
There could have been a class in there at 9 o'clock when that wall hit.
I just want to point out, though, like, you live in a time where we have instant information. You just, like, are you not realizing that? Like, we're able to watch a car chase live, or as close to live as you possibly can be, from the other side of the country. And I can share it with you guys watching with me around the world. It's a wild time that we live in, and all these different news stations, they need a lot of content, so they're pushing out as many stories as they can, news from all over the place. A lot of shit with the clickbaity headlines and stuff. You gotta be media savvy, man. Also understand statistics. Like, this is just like me showing you. I literally focus on the most fucked up shit I possibly can find all over the world. And I bring it to you on a somewhat nightly basis. Like, I am digging all over the internet to find the most absurd fucking stories, the most insane, harrowing things I can find. So, like, I'm not representative of what happens to the average person every day out here on the street. They're not closing due to security, man. Like, even in their investment calls, they've had to admit, like, that's a bullshit argument. They overextended themselves. So if you take a store like Walgreens, man, didn't you notice they popped up? There's like 3 or 4 in every fucking town, man. They're just a few blocks from each other. You can't have that many brick and mortar stores where we're now moving into a time where people, and COVID accelerated this, that people are ordering shit offline from their phone. More people depend on an Instacart, an Uber, a fucking Amazon. And they're not going to and especially now with the way our healthcare system is structured, people are ordering their drugs from other places as opposed to going to Walgreens and picking their prescription up. And there's no reason for the stores to exist, and they overextended themselves. Walmart overextended themselves. Well, it depends on what sector you're talking about. It depends on what stores you're talking about. Fucking Amazon is doing amazing. You're like, do you understand that like the idea of a Walgreens is antiquated, and it having to retract is just a product of capitalism. That's not some sign that like fucking shit is like we're closing because of crime. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Closing because of crime. Of course that's bullshit. Don't buy into the corporate propaganda, man. You're smarter than that.
And shattered dreams.
It's just, it's a sad thing. I've had that business for 27 years, and
it is not legal.
A really great thing.
For two small Los Angeles-based businesses Monday night after a carjacking suspect stole a coffee trailer in Ventura County and led police on a wild 1-hour-long pursuit. Police say the suspect traveled into North Hollywood and at one point ended up on the Orange Line busway before making a right turn onto Tujunga Avenue, losing control and smashing into the Heartfelt Education Through the Arts Center, a multicultural dance studio. The force of a 15,000-pound coffee cart literally shaking the walls from inside the studio, where founder Eartha Robinson says just hours earlier, children were rehearsing for an upcoming recital.
That fucked them kids.
Are not just mirrors that you put on the wall to look at your face. They're dance mirrors. They're the old-fashioned.
How am I pushing corporate propaganda?
At least 2 inches thick.
While Eartha is thankful nobody at the dance studio was injured, Matt's Coffee Express owner, Matt Schiltz, wasn't so fortunate, saying an employee who had been working on the trailer in a driveway might have come face to face with the suspect, who is now in custody.
While he was in the trailer, a gentleman jumped in the truck and drove off with him in the back.
Matt says he got maybe a quarter of a mile down the road and jumped out, his sister spending the night with him.
Yes, I don't think he's been released from the hospital yet.
KTLA has tried reaching out to the employee to see how he's doing. Meanwhile, Matt says he has nothing to say to the man who took his livelihood away.
You just can't go out and get another trailer tomorrow. So right now I'm out of work.
But Eartha does.
Don't take something that is not yours. It's always going to be a repercussion.
Now, both owners have set up online fundraisers. If you want to help, we have links up on our website, ktla.com, right now. For now, reporting live in North Hollywood, Angela Cockade, back to you in the studio.
Angela, thank you. Coming.
What dim propaganda? You're not specifying anything. You've 2 nights in a row I've sat here and watched the Republican National Convention. Watched every minute. Well, tonight we didn't, I think it came on like an hour earlier. I think they had a few speakers, but they weren't important. There was business going on in the floor too earlier in the day, but we watched the majority of the speakers, the entirety of the primetime coverage. We've come on at 6 both nights. Yet I push Democrat propaganda. Democrat propaganda like FBI statistics and NYPD crime statistics. And I'm telling you, if you tell me, what do you mean, do I have any dim politician animations? Like Joe Biden?
Come on, man.
That you can go to my website and get a Nancy Pelosi t-shirt? Come the fuck on, my friend.
Hey, Justin, are you trolling?
Just because, You think I don't rip on Democrats? I rip on Democrats all the time. It's insane that you would think otherwise. How is it that you come in here and you make accusations like that? We totally rip on Democrats. Republicans are just like way easier to rip on though, because you know they're really fucking stupid. Right wingers are morons. I don't know, like what Democrat has said something that I should memorialize? Do you have one? I've got Rush with some advice for you.
As a conservative, it's getting harder and harder to not look like a kook.
What MSNBC and CNN shit do I push? I don't know what you're talking. I literally watch the GOP feed. We watch a lot of C-SPAN on this stream. Like, how is that MSNBC or CNN? Sometimes we watch clips from them. Or it did rule that Trump had immunity. You don't know what you're talking about, my friend. My friend. This is one of our newest segments here on the stream. Let's find out what's going on in Fort Worth.
A family is mourning the loss of a husband and father of 3 children who was shot during an armed robbery of a convenience store near the Dallas Zoo. Police say the shooter was a 29-year-old woman. Fox 4's Lori Brown live in Dallas. Lori.
What up, Lori?
Clarice, an employee at the Chevron gas station, got tears in her eyes when I asked about Inayat Saeed. She told me that he had worked there for 6 years.
Dallas police say Inayat Saeed was 52 years old. In a GoFundMe post written while he was still alive, his son wrote, "My father was the sole earner in my family, which includes my mom and my 2 younger siblings who are 5 and 13 years old. My family is facing extreme financial challenges now and are in desperate need of help." A customer of the Chevron Deli Mart on South Marsalis Avenue was saddened to learn that Saeed did not survive.
He's a very good guy. He was all about his job. He was very serious about his job. There was no really complaints about him. He looked out for everybody if you needed help.
The Dallas Police Department charged 29-year-old Aaliyah Horn with capital murder. DPD says they got the call about the shooting at around 5:45 a.m. July 8th. According to the arrest affidavit, surveillance video shows the shooter placing a water bottle on the counter in front of the cashier, Saeed. There's an argument. The shooter draws a handgun, aims it, and fires a shot into Saeed's neck.
She murdered him over a water bottle.
Her water bottle and leaves the store on foot. That's when another employee followed the shooter southbound on Interstate 35 to 12th Street. Arresting officers
must have been thirsty.
Searching. The affidavit says an officer observed a bamboo tree fall and looked in the direction of the trees when he saw Horn matching the description. She then decided to run from the arresting officers, but they could still hear rustling in the tree line. They saw her exiting a backyard fence and placed her in custody. Officers found a black 9mm handgun on top of a fence post. It was loaded with a round in the chamber and 10 rounds in the magazine. Turns out Horn was already wanted for a shooting 3 days earlier on July 5th. The affidavit from that case says she knocked on the door of a home on Alameda Drive. Suspect Horn pointed a handgun at the face of complainant and pulled the trigger. The firearm jammed and did not fire. She then tried again. This time the weapon fired and complainant was struck in the right arm near the elbow.
Damn.
Survived and told police Horn dropped possible drugs on the ground. Police recovered K2 synthetic marijuana from the scene. It is unclear from the affidavit.
Yeah, don't do that shit.
Took to find Horn before Saeed was killed.
Somebody that was innocent that died for a non-cause, you know.
Yeah, he was just doing his job.
Yeah.
Horn's criminal record includes a conviction for family violence assault, as well as drug possession and driving under the influence. Clarice, her bond is set at $1 million.
Lori, thank you.
Millie. Brother, I don't know what propaganda you're talking about. I'm like the most honest stream that you can come across. Can't give examples. I'm certain of that. Let's see. We're gonna do this. Like, I think I played this one before, but if you didn't see it, you need to see it. So why the fuck not? Yeah, George Soros paid me to say it. I would like if someone would pay me for like, hey, if you're listening, I don't care if you're right wing now. Like, I'm tired of being like poor and like. Y'all are dicks anyway. That's been my problem throughout my career. Is like I'm just a dick. Nobody likes me. So like I'll go to work for some Republicans. Mr. Elwood, you believe that I think I'm honest. You're totally not a dick, Mr. Elwood. You're really cool. I am being honest with you. Like, what can you point to, my friend? It's like you come in here and you tell me that crime is not at historic lows, even though all the data says it. But you've got nothing to prove otherwise other than your feelings. You say, I spread Democratic propaganda, but all you have is your feelings. Can't even... I spread love through puppies. This is before and after pictures of puppies being told that they're the bestest boys or girls. And they are absolutely adorable. Birdie, Leo, this is Finn, Lexi, Walter, Winston, Toby, Opal, Maisie, Luggy, Betty, Dexter. You want some cats? I'll grab you a honest to God real life cat here. I think I've only got one in here. Walter, as we said, like fucking crime data. FBI statistics, and then you're going to tell me not all the cities were, because I've had the same conversation. All you right-wingers are programmed to say the same exact shit. And you can, even though I correct you and tell you shit, you don't correct yourself. You don't come correct, my friend. If you tell me that the FBI data isn't complete, they're not reporting all the statistics, and then I tell you, well, which police station isn't reporting statistics to the FBI? You say the NYPD, and I say, well, go look at the NYPD statistics. They say crime is down drastically, historically low levels. If you tell me that a police department isn't reporting to the feds, I will tell you, well, go look at that police department's data and tell me that crime isn't at historically low levels. Okay, so if I can't depend on the FBI crime statistics, I can't depend on local police departments' crime statistics, where am I supposed to get crime statistics from? How do I gauge whether crime is up or down? Who is the authority on that? Because you're telling me your feelings. You're telling me it's your feelings. Yeah, your argument was that they say crime is lower to appease politicians and get funding, but it's the opposite. When they say crime is higher, they get more funding. So why? It doesn't make any sense. and you're not accepting data. How do we find out how do we find out what that crime be doing if we're not consulting individual police departments, the FBI data? You just want to come out here and say that it's my feelings that crime is higher because that's what Fox News has told me, that's what OAN, Newsmax, whatever, Timcast, whatever flavor of propaganda you consume. You feel me? They've told you that crime is running rampant. Republican politicians have told you that crime is running rampant, but the data says the complete opposite. We had a slight spike during and after COVID, seemingly caused by the pandemic, and it has gone down to levels pre-pandemic now. Because we were already in historically low crime level. They had been historically low for a decade. Pre-COVID. So I don't know what to tell you. We'd seen a spike following the financial crash because those things correspond, right? People losing their house, they might resort to crime. It's not rocket science. We see a spike in crime after the financial crash and then a steady decline during recovery. Toby, Opal, Maisie, Luggy, Betty. I can't. How do I get Democrats lie to as well? That's absolutely true. But like Republicans we were talking about it earlier. Both parties live in complete alternate realities. But like the Republican one is like upside down world. Right is left, up is down. It is insane. The liberals are delusional, but in a completely different way. And they absolutely are too corporatist. But hey, Donald Trump, a fucking supposed billionaire, picked another, like, J.D. Vance is a billionaire as well, right? Got that Peter Thiel money. You think they represent your interest? Fuck, Joe Biden, hell, is the closest thing to my socioeconomic status. I think his net worth is still floating under 10 million. He mortgaged his house to send his kids to college. Brother, what you're doing is you're just spouting nonsense, right? Because the media winch that was in here, if she had heard you say that, she'd be like, bro, I went to San Francisco the other day and my car was fine. But you're a friend of a friend told you you're playing telephone with nonsense. Yeah, scary queer coded city has big crime. It's just a talking point. Because fucking Republicans said it at the convention tonight. They mentioned San Francisco and shit. Like, man, you gotta get your head out of your ass. Night clinically, go ahead, light one up, tip one back. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I'll actually say it. I was saying it to clinically, but here, I actually need to get the fuck out of here. Let me get this set up, and we'll get the fuck out of here. If you're watching on Twitch, you're heading over to Echoplex Media. Producer Dave, and I think the media winch is with him. They're going to take real good care of you. Oh, hey, Mr. Elwood, you want a cat. You want a cat before you go. Hold on. That's a smoky bong. Producer Dave, the media wind's going to take real good care of you. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. We'll be here again, 6 o'clock tomorrow night for this fucking train wreck. Sappy, good evening. Have a good night, everybody.